And hey, we're back!
Hello. Hoi hoi.
I think that chicken's trying to murder
Hello.
me.
The one we had for snacks?
Yes.
I was just gonna say, oh no.
We're not eating there again.
Oh,
I
that
had
was
ice
some
cream
good
for snack.
slice. Oh man, we could have got ice cream.
We could have, however.
There's a local place that has fall flavors, and they had deep dish apple pie.
Speaking of apple pie,
Go on.
we went to an apple festival last week.
Ooh,
It was
Mhm.
the bomb.
It was great.
that sounds
Holy-
awesome.
They had apple pie, apple crumble, they had apple dumplings, they had apple fucking, they had apple cider out the ass, they had apple, oh god, honey.
Apple
what
apples.
else did they have?
Candied apples, all sorts of things. But also, there was the best pierogies I've ever eaten in my life.
That sounds divine.
There was a stall for barbecue pork and no, it was pulled pork and barbecue chicken, and lots and lots and lots of craft places, like people who did hand crocheted hats and scarves. There was another one that was from an alpaca farm that brought 2 alpacas to like show you, hey, this is where we get the wool from, and then all their products and things.
The
There's
bees.
bees. Yes.
The bees.
I spoke to the fellow there about my interest in eventually raising bees once we have a small orchard. When we move in with my mom, there's a local beekeeping group that I'm going to join up with so I can learn about bees. There was a petting zoo with all kinds of barnyard animals, and I spoke with the lady who was there about, okay, so what does it take to raise a cow? Because, that's something for the homestead. Because for whatever reason, my mom said I could have a cow at her place. I thought she was going to say no.
Don't have a cow, man.
Well, so here's the thing. If you got a cow that is ready to be bred, it's somewhere between 1 to 5 grand. If you get a bottle baby, which is a small cow that's still nursing that you need to feed milk replacer with a bottle, $50. You just have to wait 2 years so that you can milk it. But in that 2 years, that cow is going to be like a little puppy following you around everywhere and being your best buddy and be a lot more fucking tame than any other kind of cow that you can buy. So I think I know which one we're going for.
Start 'em young.
Yup.
Oh, well, that being
Totally worth
said,
it.
how about we start going around the horn and let people tell them where they can be found? Don't everybody volunteer at once. CG, where can people not find you?
Hello, I am the CG. You can find me nowhere because I don't much care for social media, but you can find me on various Good Beans D&D channels, such as twitch.tv/fartingtart, wherein we are part of 2 different games. One is our Rascals and Ravnica game, which we will be having in 3 days, this coming Tuesday,
Nice.
wherein there's a murder. We're going to help solve a murder. And you can also find us every single Sunday for our War of the Shattered Sun game. We have finally left the super evil house. We immediately returned to base, and it was under attack. Life's not good, y'all. That's it for me. Wiley.
Oh, you can find me at twitch.tv. Wow, my brain. Twitch.tv/Wiley Willy. X Wiley Willy. I still have an X there. As well as Twitter, while it still exists. And I have a YouTube channel where I make music. And a Ko-Fi. You can find me also on the aforementioned Ravnica game, as well as the Helix Success channel on Thursdays, bi-weekly, playing Zeldas. Zai, where can we find you?
Oi, you can find me tired but enjoying myself, but tired. When I'm not tired, you can find me on twitch.tv/sign me site, usually on Tuesdays and Fridays, but I'm going out of town this coming week, so you won't see me until Friday, for more Street Fighter 6. Um, we're almost at bronze. We're trying real hard. Aki's whooping my ass, but we're trying. Um, and hopefully the week after that we will get to start, since we can't start Romancevania, we might be starting Operation Raccoon City, because why not? I have it. And hopefully that means I'll also be playing some Resident Evil with Vaughn, not this Monday, but hopefully the Monday after that. And then yeah, Saturdays you can find me here with these awesome beans. Speaking of awesome beans, Bob, your turn.
Greetings and salutations, friends. I am Shadow Dancer Bob. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and Patreon at Shadow Dancer Bob. This past week, we played Phasmophobia for Shark Squad. It got a lot worse because the fact that they reset all of your gear, all of your levels, and gave you the dead basic ones with a level system to get the good tools all over again. It was an interesting time, but it could have been better. We've got Sundays. We have the Maelstrom, which is my D&D meets wrestling show. Mondays, you can find me on twitch.tv/LennyPator for Roll With Me. On Wednesdays, you can find me on twitch.tv/TrashKingRisen, occasionally, where I play the handsomely devilish Silver Devil and the psychopathic mad scientist shopkeep Gabby. Thursdays is the Murder Cave with Boulder's Gate with codename Chaz, Arkolf, and Grizzly Adams, where we murder hoboed the hell out of Auntie Ethel and got the best ending that we possibly could, which surprised the hell out of me. Every Fridays we got Shark Squad with Arkolf, Caitlin Elizabeth, Miss Boobs Balrug, and Lenny Pator for Sea of Thieves or Valheim, Phasmophobias, or maybe something spooky, don't know. And every Saturday you can find me right here. But DM extraordinaire J Frost, where can people find you? What do you have going on?
Oh god. Hey everybody, you can find me here on Twitter and on Twitch at jfrost747. I've not really been able to stream a whole lot due to things happening, but you can find me over on fun channels like twitch.tv/fartingtart every Sunday and every other Tuesday for both our War of the Shattered Sun and our lovely Rascals and Ravnica campaign. As CG pointed out, the future sucks, and also there's a mortar. I don't like mortar unless I'm mortaring someone. Other than that, you can find me probably doing some randomized games here and there, and also every other Saturday here, these lovely bunch of goons, for exploration, extracurricular activities, and other dark things. Speaking of dark things, we've got a specialized one-shot coming up at the end of October with our normal War of the Shattered Sun crew, a few who will unfortunately not be able to join us due to our IRL obligations. But all I can say is, I hope you like Sigourney Weaver and Wayland Yutani. Because out in the Astral Sea, no one can hear you scream.
Oh no. Oh
Hmm.
god.
Besides that, who has not gone?
Me.
Honey, take this
Oh.
hot potato with your asbestos hands.
Hot, 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 hot. Now let's get rid of that. All right. Hello. You can't find me anywhere but here, and as the incorporeal voice floating around in the back of J Frost streams when he does stream, yelling at him to do the fucking dishes, which he did today. I'm proud of him. He's a good man.
Aww.
Yes. But yeah, I'm just floating around the internet. I'm not really on any kind of social media presence so much. I shit post on Twitter, and that's about it. But yeah. Vaughn.
Alrighty, well, you've already found me here at twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn. You can find me on YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky, and Patreon, all at Burnout Vaughn, where, Yeah, finally actually putting out some Patreon content here in the next few days. Just gotta finalize some things and have some friends help me with some formatting, so that way we can have out for the homebrew connoisseur tier the first reward, which is the Pack Hunter Ranger. So if you want to abuse all of the rules of advantage, then please go ahead and take a look at it. CG helped me make it, so you know it's going to be fun. We only fought for like 2 hours over it. That's a record.
I wouldn't exactly say 2 hours, more like 2 days.
Yeah, but it was 2 hours over 2
Fudge.
days because we have different schedules. Oh, well, that being said, as I said, in 2 weeks' time, we'll be picking back up with Claire's B-side as we hop back into Resident Evil 2 Make as Wizard Sid Plays, where Daedalus and Iapetus from this game played through a video game that's been handed to them by the Necromancer teacher. So, of course, it has to be spoopy. Aside from that, then on Fridays, you can have us join in on some Ravnica shenanigans as we do Districtly Professional, where we almost had TPK last night. Hellhounds just happened to be there. They have fire breath, but it ended up fine. It ended up fine. Aside from that, we have our other bi-weekly stream that we do on Saturdays, which will be me and Zacho Duo doing some more No Love War Extra with AI the Somnium Files, where, wow, there are a lot of dead folk, a lot of people. I think we had someone get bisected on every stream we've been on. So it'll be fun to see how that goes. But with that out of the way, we gotta take us away with our lovely theme song done by our good friend one Mr. X Wiley Willie. So I'm gonna let that play right now.
It's not going to be a knife, but it's going to be something that I'm going to be coming at Auntie M with, without a doubt.
I mean, she do be double thick though with all that bread.
She do be thick,
Excellent
though.
timing.
We have committed to the bit successfully.
I mean, I brought this up with the Districtly Professionals people. Zako's like, I have to come up with something to say whenever we come back in. I'm like, Bob's been doing this for weeks on Saved by the Spell. You're not going to top him. But with that said, J. Frost, if you would please take us away.
Okay, everybody get onto the space shuttle. We're going to space this time.
No.
Did you just fucking know me?
Dear God.
This is what
Shoot, hold
happens
on,
when
my-
Wiley
Me
is...
too.
I can't confirm. I do indeed want some butts.
Butts are
No,
nice.
I'm not gonna lie. Out of everything to come out of the Top Gun movie, whether it be a damn good soundtrack by Kenny Loggins, or the fact that, let's face it, that volleyball scene, we all know what it was for. It was the I want some butts that just sold it to me. Rest in peace, Goose. You are our favorite wingman. Anyways. You know what? I'm in a good mood today. I had a nap. I had the old man kitty lay on me.
Yes, he did.
Whoever wants to recount this last episode, you get the extra credit of a free reroll. Who's feeling it?
I have stockpiled inspiration. I shall pass.
I don't
Okay.
remember. I was asleep at the time. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I can't remember.
I was about to say, if you were asleep at the time, I'm gonna go way over there and lick you to wake you up.
I will do my best.
Alright, let's see what you got, Zai.
Okay, so last session, a number of us went in with a little bit of tension just because we were concerned about what might happen. Yeah, this was post preparing for a cook-off that's gonna happen in 30 days. But there was still some unsettled strife between my little brother, Daedalus, and Dare. And neither was talking to the other because one was completely ghost and just not interacting. Although he did give me chocolate from Dad to give us a little taste of home. So we attended classes like normal. Classes were kind of rough. A lot of us were distracted. And Darren was still thinking about that kiss that the mistress lady gave him from the big lion dude who we have to cook for. And Belky ended up apologizing to Indare at some point because she thought that by like hyping him up and gassing him up like a good friend that she had complicated things, but she actually hadn't. And he appreciated it. Both of them also decided that they wanted to show me an amazing world of wonder of things. I didn't quite figure out what those things were yet, because I mean I was too busy eating chocolate, but I'm sure I'll find out at some point.
I'm pretty sure the expression "bitches for days" was used.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's right. It was bitches for days. But we were in class, so I didn't necessarily see all the bitches that they were talking about. But I mean, I guess they'll help me find them at some point. Some of the classes, like I said, there is that. Some of the classes didn't necessarily, like I said, go that great. But during Intro to Archaeomancy, Professor Leona told us to have fun on our field trip that was going to happen in a couple days. So we needed to prepare for the field trip. We found out we were going to be in a desert. We did kind of a huddle just to figure out what we should pack. So we acquired like gear that should be suitable for the desert, thanks to Salus's help, because this is kind of more his forte. And we managed to grab most of that stuff at the school store, which was kind of nice. But we are going to be going to Calimport, apparently. And we have to go via boat. And then I think like teleportation and something else in order to get there. And there are places we are supposed to avoid. I can't quite remember right now what the shopkeep said to avoid, but I'll find it somewhere in my bag. Like, I took notes on purpose for a reason. And yeah, oh, he did say something about stone spiders, that we do not want to go to a place where there are stone spiders.
The plane
we
of
were
stone
little-
spiders.
Wait, what spiders?
The
Stone
plane, PLAIN, not like a plane of existence, but just like a plane.
No, that plane
Oh,
pretty much
yeah.
sucks too.
I'm tired of these motherfucking spiders on this motherfucking plane.
I am also hoping that they don't that we don't encounter that area. But you know how it goes with our group. It doesn't always go as planned. He also warned us that magic is a little wonky in Kalimthun. He said it's not necessarily because they don't like magic users. It's just it wasn't really encouraged there. So when we try to use our own magic there, it might be a little bit fucky wucky. But due to some strong charisma or persuasion checks, I think, from Belky, we got cloaks of comfort. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah, we got extra shit.
That was our hero discount, man.
Mm-hmm. And we picked up a spell for my brother as the last thing. Of course, I had to convince the shopkeep, though, that we actually know each other, because otherwise he was like, yeah, nope, it's on reserve.
No, we
but
cleared
yeah.
that up. I messaged
Oh, yeah,
you.
no, we did that. No, that's what I'm saying. We convinced them. We had to convince them, but yeah, we picked up the spell for him. And we grabbed a compass, because I learned that there are compasses in this universe. And now we're on a boat.
Just don't get a spyglass, apparently.
I can't have that, apparently.
That's expensive as shit.
I mean, actually, you guys can afford it because it's just 1,200 gold usually.
Could have had my spyglass.
Still a
I
lot.
thought it was 10,000.
No, I think it's affordable but ridiculous.
And
That's how I
Daedalus,
remember.
never you mind. I am the older sibling in dog years. But yeah, I think that's it.
But now I got a question. Which is older, dog years or elf years?
Doubly
Dog
older than
years.
you.
Elf dog years.
Yes.
That was word soup.
I am doubly older than you.
You're at soup?
Yeah, I'm at the soup store.
Damn it, Wiley, I just saw what you made, the, like, call status. But yeah, that should be it.
Please get out of my pot. I need to use it to make soup.
Well, he's buying clothes.
Why is he buying clothes at soup?
Fuck you. I guess that's the end of the joke.
Yes. But yeah, that's the recap, I think.
Congratulations, Zai.
Also, I'm
Well-
pretty sure those fucking cockroaches cheated cards.
Sounds like a skill issue, Catman.
You're the one that was losing the entire last session.
No. In fact,
Oh,
who said I was losing?
and technically, you both lost.
Given your reactions, probably you.
I don't admit to anything.
That's a
She's become-
spirit.
she's
What kind of
becoming
Can't
Pardon
party?
prove it except on the VOD.
I was just about to say, wow, Belky's becoming just like a regular member of the Von de Vente family.
So fast.
I love you, goons. Never change. Never change.
But then our clothes will get stinky.
Okay, you might want to change.
That's what
But-
prestidigitation is for. You coward.
How long have you fucking worn that cloak? I'm concerned about this musky old cloak that you've been using prestidigitation on, not cleaning.
Musky ass.
I will have you know that my cloak is not musky. It smells like honey buns and cinnamon rolls.
Jesus H. Christ, I love you.
If Belky finds out you've just been prestidigitating the cloak, she's gonna give you shit over it.
But yeah, Frost, why don't you take us away?
Alrighty. Well, we begin our adventure aboard. Well, boarding, I should say. The wonderful ship, the Auspice. This naval vessel shall take our entire party from the entrance area of Zazaspur, heading down into the Shining Sea to the great city of Kalamport, which, of course, is going to be the main entranceway into the Kalim Deserts, where the party will begin its, well, its school-supervised trip into a dig site that shall be exploring some of the ancient ruins that are found within there. Of course, there will be more information presented as I will set the scene. You all are currently boarding this magnificent vessel. It's not a war galleon, so to speak. It's more of like a frigate. Designed for both elegance, speed, and it does have some combat capability. The crewmen are currently assisting with trying to make sure that everybody's gear is being put away neatly and everything else. There are currently a few armed guards that are currently walking across. What appears to be these figures are seemingly just kind of. Think of British redcoats. And that's basically what's going to be in your head. There's kind of a few of them are more on the elven and a few dwarven. There are a few human regulars, and the ship's captain, who is currently just ensuring that everything's being handled. In fact, the captain is actually in talks with your professors due to this kind of being a school supervisory trip, and of course, proper paperwork is needing. You all are being led aboard, and you are quickly all given a tour of the Auspice, and I will basically run down the entire. Currently, the Auspice is separated into 4 areas. You have the main deck area, which anyone is free to walk aboard, just to get some fresh air and everything else, if you need be. Nothing problematic with it at all. There is the top interior, which is just one level down. It's where you'll happen to see a little bit of makeshift stations kind of put so that way students will be able to get some comfort sleeping and everything else. Just kind of easy navigational access. Some of the crew also have their beds and everything else, but they try to keep it as separate as possible, just due to politeness. You will also happen to be led down into the lower interior, which, of course, is definitely a much more comfortable area. In fact, after a little bit, you'll see that a lot more beds are being established down here as makeshift lodgings, kind of for the rest of the students and faculty. Down here as well, there's going to be a little bit of a lodgings for the faculty themselves, and a little bit of storage. And finally, at the lowest part of the ship is its brig, which is acting both as a combination of storage for supplies, food, provisions, water, grog, hardtack, you name it. As well as kind of like there's a makeshift holding area just in case. But for all intents and purposes, the Auspice is currently... It's just being seen as a frigate-style ship that has been more designed for transportation right now. The weapons are kind of being kept definitely out of eye. Definitely kept out of sight for students. Predominantly as a, well, as a precaution. So, we will begin by having you all kind of just done with your tour, and if you would like, you are all free to explore the ship. You will be told by the crewmen that the brig is kind of a very restricted access just due to the fact that it's, food and water supplies and everything else. So if you're going to go down there, you will need supervision via one of the crewmen, who will be more than happy to be down there to assist in whatever you need, but no one is allowed to go down into the brig by themselves. That's just generalized safety. As far as anyone can go, the lower interior is where basically most of the student body will be taking their rests and everything else. The top interior area is going to be where the captain, as well as a good chunk of the officers' crewmen, will be sleeping, kind of as a protectionary force. And finally, then there is the top of the ship, which includes, just the normal deck, as well as a little bit of some roost. If you want to be able to see the sights of the sea, enjoy some peace. Basically, whatever you can think of. So with that being said, where would you all like to be during this trip?
Have we taken off yet, or did we just like board and we're looking at the ship?
You're bored and you just boarded and are currently looking at the ship.
Gotcha.
I can say Belky's probably got something of a steamer trunk as a luggage that she's taking with. It's almost as big as she is.
Okay, so if that's the case, Belky, I'll say you'll probably be down within the lower interior.
Mm-hmm. I'd have put it away, but a very, very large suitcase.
Okay.
I'd say Salas is primarily just kind of like scoping the whole ship in general. He's not going anywhere specific, but he would probably, excuse me, he would probably make his way over to like the bunking area to see about maybe finding a hammock to set himself up in.
Of course.
And specifically, he'd like one near a porthole.
That can be easily arranged. You basically are set within this nice little porthole area. And the sea is kind of giving off this gentle lap of the waves kind of hitting off of the dock onto the ship. It's really relaxing, and the smell of that sea salt definitely gives the air a bit of peace. It definitely reminds you of some of the trips you yourself took with your family, Salas.
He breathes in deep, and he gets a smile on his face. He remembers the times he was out traveling. But as he kind of looks on out to the open waves, the look seems to sour a little bit. It seems like he remembers something very specific. Then he just kind of like, is anyone else with me by any chance, or am I just kind of by myself?
I would say Daedalus probably would have gone down to also claim a bunk.
Yeah, I'd say Daedalus is probably with you. Just kind of.
I'd also assume that Daedalus is just handling everyone's luggage because Tensor's floating disc.
For anyone that wants, I'd say Daedalus, you're kind of handling more of yours than Iapetus's.
I mean, it's up to like 500 pounds, I want to say.
Salas would definitely be carrying his stuff by himself.
Yeah.
All right, well then he will take a spot that seems a good distance away from too many people, and he will claim 2 hammocks by putting Iapetus' stuff in one hammock and then putting several things around his hammock.
Okay. All good.
This is going to be interesting. I've never laying down.
You're probably not going to either.
Huh?
More like a gentle rocking motion than anything else.
Strange.
I wish, anyways.
I would say one of the crewmen who is kind of like setting up some stuff kind of overhears your conversation and goes, "Yeah, if you're gonna try getting some sleep or trancing, I'd recommend you try to really clear out the mind. It does help on the ship. One of the biggest things is kind of a rocking motion when the waters are calm and everything else. It's rather peaceful. Though, I will say this, you might want to watch what you drink and everything else. Unless you've had experience on board with naval vessels, you are not gonna... you're not gonna like it.
That reminds me, how approximately how close to the center is this particular part of the brig? I've never been up on naval terminology.
Are you looking for the main mast?
No, I mean like the direct center of the ship.
Oh. Well, I could actually give you a site for that, if you would like. I'll at least show the auspices top level for you all.
Sure.
Just so that way you kind of get an idea. It's a little bare bones. I haven't put any tokens on here because I don't know where you guys are at.
Okay.
But this is the auspice, like from an upward aerial view. You have 3 different masts. You have your rear mast, your center mast, your front mast. So basically, center would be right just a bit in front of the center mast.
Roll20, work with me here. I'm trying to display this on stream.
And that's all right. Let me ask about it this way. So what rooms are directly underneath the mast?
The rooms that are directly underneath the mast, in the auspice's top interior, is basically kind of like this secondary storage room area. There's basically where some of the crewmen will be setting up their hammocks and stuff for. There's a frontal kind of extra spare rope room, which basically helps to keep the lower mast areas a little bit, protected. There is kind of this little chow hall for the captain. Basically has some storage area, an extra spare kind of... There's a room that basically has a staircase that leads down into the lower part of the ship, and further toward the back is the captain's quarters. If you would if you would like, I'll just show you all of them if you would like.
If you'd like.
Here. Auspice top interior. So this is kind of like the top interior, like just underneath the actual, deck of the ship.
Okay, so yeah. I guess I'd probably want to be like... Salas would like to navigate his way to the centermost center part of the ship.
That's quite easy for you. You're able to get there no problem.
So, Salas, looks like he's finding a nice spot. Just looks for a few places around and just kind of like finds an area of the room. Just be like, this should be my place for the future travel. He just kind of like brushes everything aside and like sets down a small bag. Yes, this is exactly what I'm looking for.
Okay, so you're basically gonna be hanging out more towards center of the ship, center mast.
Yes.
All right.
I imagine Belky, after getting her trunk put away, is gonna look for Endare. Her outfit for the trip heading into the desert is a cowboy hat kind of thing, a red top that covers the like a fairly tight top that comes down into like almost mini skirt, some very high boots, and a black bolero jacket that goes over the top of it, so that it covers about half of her arms, and a oh god, what is it? Like tassets, but they're not leather. Well, they would be, I suppose, leather tassets that are more cape-like or like skirt-like, that's attached to belts. And she's going to go and find Indire.
Endare, where on the ship would you be located at?
He would probably find a bunk first, and then he would immediately go up top. Given that he's from an island and he is at least somewhat familiar with boats, he'd be up top trying to get used to everything, seeing if there's anything that he might be able to help, the crew with, what have you. If he can be useful down in the mess hall, he'd see about helping out there. If he's needed on ropes or whatever on the boat, he's happy to do that too. He's making himself useful.
I would say if you're wanting to help out, no one's kind of working the mess hall yet, just due to the fact that, everyone's still trying to load up on the ship and everything's going on. But there are some things you can do to help out with the crew and everything else, because they are willing to take an extra hand just to get some stuff. A few of the regulars are currently trying to kind of move like a few of the spare weights for the ship, just in case they hit a more turbulent, rough waters. Located up on the top of on the main deck. You basically right towards the front, towards the bow of the ship. If you would like to help them, I would be glad. In fact, I would say, because of this, it would be a strength check, but it will be with advantage, because you do have a couple people helping.
Okay. Let me see. And this is just strength, not athletics?
I'd say athletics, actually.
Okay. 17.
Alright, 17. And here, it takes a bit, but with this kind of crew, you begin to easily move these heavier weights, which approximately weigh somewhere between 40 to 50 pounds each. And they begin moving this up towards the bow of the ship. You are instructed to basically just drop these weights on the right in front of the anchor, which of course there are two of, and one for the left, one for the right side, or port and starboard. And as you are kind of getting into the groove of this, the guys really do appreciate it. In fact, one of the regulars kind of gives you a courteous thank you, and one of the regulars, a dwarf, kind of gives you a firm handshake and tells you that you did an excellent job, and that they're very thankful to see that the students of Strixhaven are polite enough to aid and assist.
He'd give a smile back. We always try to lend a hand whenever we're able to. Not the first time I've been on a boat. I love it on the seas.
Believe me, lord, you'll love it. The Auspice is one of the fastest ships known. The fact of the matter is, she's one of the Royal Majesty's ships.
She's definitely one of the biggest ships I've ever seen, that's for sure.
Oh, you haven't seen big yet, lad. It's just a frigate. If we were to talk galleons, it's about 2 to 3 times this size. Man of wars, 5 to 6 times. Of course, then there's the great ships. Her Majesty's own personal ship. The Dreadnought.
She sounds beautiful and terrifying at the same time.
Lad, you have no idea. Take this ship. Now multiply its size by 10 to 12 times that. Loaded to the brim with enough firepower to level a coastal city, just from one broadside. Man of wars try to avoid the damn thing. Practically as an armored fortress. Of course, from what I heard, there's a few other ships that have earned quite a reputation themselves, especially for the place we're going. I know that there's a personal barge for the Sultan of Kalampur.
Imagine if it's a personal ship, it's got to be pretty defensible.
Aye, and considering the Sultan's own personal strength, as well as the vast riches he wields, yeah, that man could practically afford half of the entire navy. But anyways, I digress. Here, let's go get you set up. Quite a few things. And you watch as one of the regulars kind of comes up and taps this one on the shoulder. You're needed by the captain. Oh, what for? We just need to make sure final preparations are done with the map. Ah, gotcha. I might have to put that off, Luddy. I'll probably find you later. If not, have a good rest of your trip. I've got some business to take care of. And he kind of just politely bows and...
Have a good one, my friend. I can't go too far now, can I?
I mean, you could, if you know how to swim.
Ah,
But then watch out, there's a lot of sharks.
Sharks, you say? Belky gives a little wave to Indare.
he gives a light nod of acknowledgement.
How's it going, Catmandu?
Good, fairly good. It's been a while since I've been on a ship.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I suppose you did come from an island.
Yeah, mostly small fishing boats.
Yeah.
Nothing this size.
So, did you ever get that one outfit you were bothering the shopkeep about?
No. Unfortunately,
damn.
I think it's gonna have to be something that I'm gonna have to make special.
I
Then
mean,
again, that entire wardrobe, I'm gonna have to take some time to. I left everything behind whenever I came to Strixhaven.
you've also, can buy things when we're there. Assuming there's some kind of shop, maybe.
True. Very true.
Found something that might accompany it. It's not quite the same jam, but, might
Yeah.
work. Yeah. So, what were you talking about with sharks and what have you?
I was giving the boys a hand up here. It's
Yeah?
been a while since I helped out on a ship.
Hmm.
Felt right to, give them a hand, make a good impression on us. And sharks apparently there's a lot of sharks around the area, which, if you season them right, they can be good eating. They're a little tough. They're all muscle. There's not a single bone inside of a shark except for the jaws.
I thought all fish had bones.
Now, sharks are all meat. The only kind of bones that they have is the jaws.
Huh. Well, it'll be nice not having to pick little tiny bones out of it, I guess.
Mm-hmm. They're all like sinew and what have you. All sinew and cartilage.
Well, I'll be interesting to see what you make out of it if you manage to catch one of the little fishes. Shall we go round up the crew of our little group?
Why not? Also, by the way, I dig your outfit. Love the hat.
Thanks. Did Dare wear anything special for the trip?
For the trip, Indare is going practical instead of his usual flashiness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The biggest flashy that he has is the cloak of comfort that he's going with. He's even replaced his typical shawl.
Huh. So what's he wearing instead?
A lot of very light, a lot of light clothing. He's got the cloak of comfort on top of his head, which is very large, very airy. Gives a lot of room for his fur to catch air, what have you.
Okay.
It's very light colors for the most part.
Hmm.
Not a whole lot. even though he's wearing his armor, there is precautions taken with the armor. It's various layers, and he hasn't brought a lot of bags with him. He's only brought one bag.
Huh. All right.
But you know for a fact that Indare does like to carry a handy haversack with him. So, you know, where you might be carrying a steamer trunk, he might be carrying the same amount of supplies with just a single bag.
Yeah. She doesn't have access to anything like that quite yet. Because the store does not sell bags of holding.
The things that you would notice is that he's wearing different boots than he usually does.
Huh.
He has a new ring on his finger, and there is this very strange orb that is attached to his left hip.
Okay. Belky will gesture to it. So, love the new fit. What's with the bling?
Just a couple trinkets to try to make things easier. He shows the ring of water walking.
Okay.
Just in case.
Very helpful on the ocean, yeah.
And that is a orb of direction. It works kind of similar to a compass, but it tells me what direction is north whenever I ponder it.
I see. So any actual point to having something that tells you where north is?
Well, when you're trying to navigate, like, say, for example, if something happens and we get separated from everybody, we need to know where north is so we can try to direct ourselves with the maps that we have.
Fair enough. I'm just not sure what... if we don't know where everybody else is, what's the point of knowing where north is? But then again, I'm not well-traveled like you are as far as, you know, exotic locations. I've traveled, sure, but not adventurer kind of travel. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I get what you're trying to say.
I'm a more city hopper kind of person.
Yeah. But if you know where north is, then there's less of a chance of you being able to just wander around blindly and potentially getting lost in the desert. And that will kill you.
Well, yeah, but then how are we going to find our friends?
Well, I assume that they're going to be with us. And if not, they're going to be close enough that we can shoot up a signal flare.
Fair enough. And we have sending.
We also have those pieces of paper.
Remind me what pieces of paper?
The two pieces of paper that two members of the party have that you can write two sentences to each other with.
That's right. Yeah, I suppose we do. So, you want to go find everybody?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, and so we we tarry on to go find them, I suppose.
And as they're walking off, you're totally going to try to do a bunch of sea shanties to do a performance for the crew, aren't you?
Who, me? Sea shanties aren't really my jam, but I can try and mix it up some.
I mean, take the sea shanty, turn it into your style of music, and make a show for it. Who knows what you might be able to earn.
I don't know any sea shanties, though.
Oh, the things that you are about to learn today, and they're putting their arm around Belky's shoulder and they walk off.
All right, sounds like fun.
If I hear the fucking 4Kids One Piece, I'm going to make everybody roll with disadvantage.
I have a song, to be fair, out of character. I have a song that I really want them to do. But yeah.
And I imagine that they just walk off.
Yes.
Like that.
Yeah.
Zai, did you see that question I dropped in the text chat? I don't remember from last week.
I saw it now. I believe the ink I got from Indare But I guess that would be in there. Did I actually get the ink from you?
I mean, if you asked for it, he would probably provide it.
Okay. Yeah, and she probably would have somehow tried to leave money in his room for it, even though she knows it's pointless.
Well then, I'll just say then that I do have the spell in my book, and down the line, if you also want a copy of Tiny Hut, I could also give it to you.
You already told me to copy it last session.
Ah, okay. I just can't keep track of all the times of, okay, did I have Iapis hand us a book, so we just keep like hoarding spells between the two wizards.
Yeah, it really do be like that, man.
Yeah.
But you guys are fully loaded up. Everything is good to go. And you hear the captain yell out, "Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Auspice. I am your captain speaking. We will be departing immediately to Calumport. Please remember to keep your arms, legs, appendages, anything on your person inside the boat. Do not try leaving the boat, otherwise you will be dealing with a long swim home. The water's all clear right now, and while I am being told by my crew, as well as my navigator, that we should be dealing with little to no rough sails, we're currently holding forward with, unfortunately, some rough terrains and waters later down the line. Also, understand, the ocean, as well as the sea, is big. There are a lot of things in the water. Some friendly, some not so friendly. Please, for the love of all the gods, do not try to stay in the water when the boat is in motion. Otherwise, well, you might eat the not so friendly stuff. Sharks or otherwise. We hope that you enjoy your trip down into Calumport. We thank you for choosing the Auspice. God bless the Queen. And with that, the sails immediately take down, and of course, the ship begins to depart. And thus, you all are on your way. So, I will say with this, you all are basically going to be just relaxing more or less of the time on board the ship. So, what all will everybody do?
What time of day is it?
Currently, it's... I'd say it'd probably be around, like... You guys left early in the morning, so it'd probably be afternoon by the time the ship is on the move and everything.
Okay. Then anyone who is looking for Aeptis will probably see her on the deck. Taking in as much of this view of the sea or ocean as she can. And will probably realize that she looks like a child kind of on a trip as far as in the eyes. She's not like behaving like a kid, but you could tell that she's just like, wow, this is so pretty sort of vibe.
Okay.
Because where she's actually from, she hasn't seen this. Can she see any creatures in the ocean, Frost?
You could definitely... I would say roll me... Roll me a perception. I kind of want to see what you get.
A 13.
There's plenty of seagulls flying around. You will happen to notice like a few fish jumping up and out of the water. Nothing too crazy, honestly. In fact, at one point you do spot a fin popping out of the water, but after a little bit, it kind of goes back down in.
When she sees the fin, like her eyes will widen a little bit. Not out of fear, just out of like curiosity. But yeah, she's literally enjoying the sights. And just kind of like looking out over one of the bows or something like that.
Okay. But yeah, for the most part, it's just peaceful.
Anyone
Alright.
else?
Anything else? There, I have this.
For her, no, not really. She's like, she's probably going to lose track of a little bit of time, and then maybe like try to find people. But honestly, for her, this is a different ocean than what she has heard about or seen. So she's, as a matter of fact, CG, that's perfect. Dog out the window.
I'm going to play a little bit of music, if that's alright.
Okay.
Go for it.
Hopefully this works.
Oh, I think I hear it.
How's that sounding?
Yeah, I can hear the boat
Hear it?
creaking.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. So yeah. What about... Alright. That's Iapetus. What about the rest of you all? What are y'all doing currently?
I would say Daedalus probably not interested in anything, and since there's nothing that he is like has been asked of him, he probably used levitate to get up into the rafters of the sleeping area for some extra privacy, and is just going to start working on spells in his head. So if anyone sees him, you'll just see him summoning a mage hand and lifting things of various sizes.
That is completely fine.
Goldblum would use his large build to help lift things. Why not? I can lift, what is it, double my capacity? 1.5.
I imagine Belky and Endair are Endair is teaching Belky a sea shanty, possibly.
Oh, yeah,
Probably.
Okay.
I was one size larger. So yeah. Push, pull, or lift.
Yeah, so...
That or Ender is telling Belky about the mage hand situation, the mage hand incident.
Fair.
Oh boy.
Reminder, what was the mage hand incident?
It's something that hasn't been discussed in story. This is a thing from Ender's backstory. I'll private message you the story.
Okay. Don't remember this one, but
Yeah, this is from Ender before he came to this particular campaign. Boy's got backstory.
Yeah.
Well, I do. Feel free. Go ahead.
Alrighty. What about the rest of you? I have Daedalus and Goldbloom. I have Iapetus. I have the good old Belky and Endair combo. What about you, Salus?
I am sitting in the center of the ship.
Okay.
This is probably the most quiet he's ever had since meeting any of us, and he's just enjoying it.
Yeah, it's...
Oh no. I mean, yes, but also no. There's a reason.
Aw.
Well, okay. I will hope that Daedalus doesn't accidentally drop something on your head from sitting up in the rafters.
Oh, I figure we're not in the same room. The J. Frost made it sound like the brig and where Salus currently is are two different rooms.
Ah.
Yeah, the brig is all the way down at the bottom. And to get to the brig requires basically someone having to be there with you.
Was this aimed at me?
I'm just giving that out as general information to everybody.
Ah.
Like, the brig is where all the food and supplies are kept. If you're wanting to go down there, you need somebody with you. Just
Gotcha.
as general. Otherwise, well, we deal with kind of a meh situation. But yeah, it's pretty gosh darn peaceful.
Nice, gentle rocking of the waves.
It is calm. And I'll say that probably from right now, there's gonna be a lot of peace. In fact, it's been a couple hours, and you guys will at least get the benefit of some good old grub being served. In fact, the food that is to be served for tonight, or at least for the afternoon, is a nice little kind of seafood spread. There is cod, there's baked flaky cod, there is a nice just little mixture of shrimp scampi, and of course, alongside this is kind of a nice little bit of tea served. It's a very light but very hearty meal.
Are there any apples by any chance?
There's fruit. In fact, the fruit is kind of more citrusy. Just kind of as a general, helps fight off scurvy.
Understandable. So there's like a tea, there's seafood, or is there like crackers or anything?
Yes, there is saltines, as well as the fact that there is hardtack.
Salas will pick up some crackers and he'll pick up some apples, preferably, and then very quickly leave and head back to the center of the ship.
All right.
I would also say that Daedalus is not there. He would have sent his unseen servant there to just get a plate and bring it back to the area where he is.
That's fine. Everybody is able to get their food, whatnot. It's a rather peaceful time. Besides that, you all are going to just have a nice lunch. And, of course, the teachers are kind of keeping watch of everybody, making sure, checking up on every last person. You have the twins kind of roaming around, just to ensure that, everything's alright. On top of that, you also have...
Ignore that.
You're fine. You also have Professor Liana Flametongue currently just also walking around making sure everybody's alright. No problems are being had at the current moment. And yeah, honestly, if you guys want, I could just chalk the rest of the day as a rest, happy day for you all, if you want.
Oh, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, not unless we wanted to do, big talk.
So funny you mentioned that. Iapetus doesn't know about the big talk, but after enjoying deck time and grabbing her food, she actually probably would shoot Salas either a message or sending if she didn't see him, um, just to find out where he was, because she knows this trip was important to him, so she kind of want to see how he's feeling about the boat ride so far, basically.
He will reply, I'm in the center of the ship's hold. If you'd like to come talk, I could, I'll be here.
Okay. I wonder where that. Well, they kind of showed us the deck. Center. She's gonna look for the center mast, like on the deck, and then try to figure out if she can get her way downstairs to that exact point somehow.
It's not going to be too hard for you. It's pretty simplistic.
So then, yeah, when she gets down there, she'll plop down with food, and then she'll be like, "Oh my goodness, why is the sea so pretty? This is not how they described it when I was younger."
How did they describe it when I was younger?
So I should say that our bodies of water a bit more fluorescent blue. At least from what I was told. Was really young, so the cubs weren't really supposed to be that close to the water's edge at all because they were worried about people drowning. So
Oh yeah.
I mostly heard stories, but yeah, like fluorescent blue, really really large coral supposedly, and they say that there were creatures of varying size under the water, and that's why you had to be careful because between that and the seaweed, you might get stuck. So I'm used to, at least from what I was told, I always thought it was going to be like glowing or something, and it's not glowing, but it's so pretty.
Well, it has its own glow to it when the sun's high in the sky. If you're not careful, you could actually get burnt by just being out near the waves. That being
Wow,
said,
I didn't know that.
yeah, there's a lot of hazards people don't usually think about. That's why I tend to be a bit overcautious when everyone goes on trips. I'm glad you could enjoy the water. Be sure to do so for me.
You don't like the water?
Oh, I love looking at the water. It's absolutely beautiful. And I really wish I could watch it while the boat was in motion.
Are you Salas, do you get seasick?
He gestures down to his dinner of crackers and apples. Vera.
Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry.
I admit, I appreciate the romanticism of the sea. I've had a lot of time traveling around, and a few of my parents' old friends were, longshoremen that were able to instill a great appreciation of the place. I just wish it agreed with me a fair bit more. Mm.
Well, I will do my best to try to enjoy it extra for you, I guess. Although, wait, so is that why you're in this specific spot?
Indeed. Hiding it on the center part of a ship is a great way to reduce potential seasickness. You don't see as much of the ocean, but that has its own problems, and you feel the rocking of the ship a fair bit less. It's boring, but it's quiet, and I don't feel too bad down here.
I mean, honestly, the quiet is probably a change of pace from what we had on campus.
It's true. Oh, good lord. The quiet is such a fleeting thing in that place.
Which is ironic given the fact that all of us are on this ship in one place.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, no point in you being stuck over here by yourself all this time.
Mm, I mean, if y'all wanted to visit, that'd be nice. Other
She
than
just
that,
she just plops up against the wall like, okay. Like the other side of the mass. I imagine you're sitting on one side of it.
yeah. How is everyone else holding up?
Truth be told, I mean, I spoke with Belky and when we were still at the tavern, and Belky seemed fine. She was a little worried because she thought, I guess, that Indare was gonna choke someone out, and she made a good point. We don't really all know each other well, anyway. But she's okay now. And I mean, as far as I know, Indare seems okay. I was perfectly fine with what he was doing, so I mean, I've been fine with him. We actually had class and it was great. They said they wanted to show me bitches everywhere. Their words exactly.
So it just kind of gives you a look where it's like the slow head turn, but at a slight, like, cocked angle.
She's probably mirroring it, just the like eye squint of I didn't quite get it. I got it, but I didn't quite get it because we were in class.
That classroom with just you three is a dangerous combination.
You're telling me I was just trying to offer them chocolate. Oh yeah, would you like some chocolate? I had my dad sent it from home.
I tell you what, I will graciously accept when I know I can appreciate it more.
Gotcha. I will save you some.
Thank you kindly. No, as far as Belky and Dare are concerned, you and I had a bit of a similar mindset. I may have gone and talked to Indare when day or two ago, just kind of privately, and I'm not going to repeat what he said or told me in confidence, but I will say that that boy, he's a deep thinker, and he's usually a fair few steps ahead. He cares about us. So I told him that ever since that moment where everything was a little wobbly, Daedalus has been acting a bit standoffish, and I checked it with him, and he seemed fine to me. He seemed right as rain, and though the situation that we were in was tense, it made sense, and he didn't go as far as we were thinking. It was just a scare. So, I guess
Yeah, that's Daedalus, all right.
I'm concerned about it. He's been very standoffish, even for a while now, even before that incident, but ever since then, it's been even more. When's the last time he and Goldblum really hung out?
Truth be told, the only time I saw him, was funny enough how I got the chocolate. Because I haven't really interacted with him much either. Which I'm sure is probably surprising to you.
If
I
anything,
I really don't know the last time he saw Goldblum. As far as I knew, he had mostly been in his room unless he went to class.
I don't like that at all.
Truth be told, I don't think he's in a bad spot. Knowing Lucy, it's that sometimes he can tunnel vision. For example, when we were, and she kind of like looks around for a moment. When you and Antimony had to help us out, and Antimony brought us to you, before we left there, we didn't have any of our gear, our spell books, none of that. And once they told us where we were, and I kind of put two and two together, I figured, okay, well, once we sign whatever paperwork we need to sign, we'll get our stuff back. It's fine. I wasn't that freaked out about it. Daedalus, however, his spell book was his sole focus. Like, to the point of nothing else mattered. Really, no one else mattered. His spell book needed to be by his side, on his person. That was it. You know him. He'll usually, like, double check things triple times over before, like, signing it. He pretty much signed whatever it was they gave him just so he could get his book back. I think that really shook him up. But at the same time, there was... And it looks like she's trying to word this right, because you guys, you especially almost heard her say it during the fight with the twins at the harbor. Like, she's trying to word it, but all she can say is, I was really disappointed with him. I think this is probably one of the first times where Daedalus and I are in disagreement on his behavior. Because for me, I felt like he was kind of behaving like a selfish brat when this wasn't just about his spell book, or it wasn't just about him. It was about all of us. And I guess from his perspective, he saw it as something that was being drawn out for too long, and that he got what he wanted. It was time to go.
Silas has just kind of got this contemplative look on his face as he's just taking everything in.
And I think that's why he's just been as standoffish as he is, or as he has been, because he's trying to process that, because it requires him to think outside of his own usual track, seeing it from someone else's perspective without it just being the logistical one. I honestly don't think I don't think Daedalus was even concerned or thinking that Ender was going to kill that guy. I don't think he even thought about that. I think for Daedalus it was more so efficiency. Why are we still here? Without understanding why we were actually still there. I figured if I gave him time, he'd kind of come back to each individual of their own accord. But I do think he's going to need to talk with Ender at some point. And honestly, I don't think it's going to be to apologize.
No, that's a storm brewing, but I feel like it's something that really needs to be weathered sooner rather than later. If you're right, and he's just kind of taking time to process everything, the fact that he has put everything off in regards to this might be an indication that it's not even on his radar. May I ask, and I don't want to pry too much, but how often was he surrounded by friends? Not siblings, but friends.
You're gonna see her think a moment. And oh, don't worry, you're not prying at this point. You're probably one of the only other people on this boat that knows more about me, so uh, it's fine. Truth be told, I don't think he was. I it's it's me. Um, he loves his siblings. Like he loves Theseus. He loves Ariadne. They love him too. Theseus can find it a little trying dealing with him, but in some ways he kind of would approach it similar to you. Um, but because of his zoned in focus on things, he's really in a way like his dad. And his occasional quirkiness, I'm technically his first friend. I'm adopted into the family, yeah, but I'm technically like his closest friend. So all of this and she's like pointing around to the boat, but she means or is implying like interacting with people, making friends, having people to care about that were not family. This is all new to him.
Kind of what I was afraid of. I respect that. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. She's like adjusting herself up against the pillar while she's eating food.
Obviously, I respect the privacy, but I feel like this is privacy to me is a choice. I can deal with people, but I prefer solitude in adequate doses. Dataless, I'm not actually sure. Obviously, I'm not in the boy's head. You would have better perspective on that than me. But by the sound of it, he hasn't really had a lot of friends. He's had family. He's had you. One friend. Now all of a sudden he's with a whole bunch of friends. And no parents to kind of look around or set borders or anything. He's got to make his own way through this whole friendship thing. I'm thinking. I still feel like it might be that he's just not entirely processed what that is. You know? Uh, like he gets an idea. You know how he is. He gets an idea in his head. He'll just hit the floor running. A is A. I'll work off of A. Right?
Oh, you're absolutely right, Salas. That's literally it. There are that's the reason why certain social cues will go over his head. It's not that he intends it. He doesn't know them. He's never had to like use them in this sort of scale that didn't relate to nobility standards. So like how to behave like a noble, as the saying goes, he cleans up nice. Like if he needed to be in a noble setting, he absolutely could. He would know how to carry himself. Those are requirements and behaviors his, that his mom drilled into him. But as far as interacting with friends, no. That he mostly would have got that from me, which in part is why I'm here. Yeah, I'm at this campus to research my stuff or that's why I came here and to help him dive further into essentially just learning about the weave and gaining more competence with his own matrix, but really I'm here to keep an eye on him.
You are your
I know
brother's
how it
keeper.
feels how to be alone.
How is it that all of us alone somehow wound up in a group together? School's a strange thing.
Forces you to interact that way, whether you want to or not. And truth be told, with Belky and Indare, there is absolutely positively no way all of us would have been able to not be a unit.
Oh, absolutely.
They would have found a way to get like you, myself, Goldblum, and Lucy together somehow.
Maybe. Maybe we need a little bit of that right now. Epitus. A genuine question I asked to you.
Ask away.
I've mentioned before that the situation that we're in with Indare and Daedalus is potentially a bit volatile. So I think it has potential to go very south very fast. And while it is our purview to deal with it as adults in constructive manners, I can't help but worry that this might happen during very inopportune times, especially on a trip like this where something terrible might happen.
With our group, more likely than not.
Do you think it would be wise to kind of sit them in a room together and just kind of see if we can't hash this out, or do you think Daedalus would take poorly to that?
I think it would be wise for the discussion to happen, and definitely in a better setting as opposed to, I don't know, in the middle of a fight. Here's hoping we don't have any of that.
Here's hoping.
But I feel like they would need a mediator. And truth be told, I don't think they, as in Indare, would need it. Because with the conversations I've had with Indare, he can have his moments of fury, but they are swift. And they're like, it's like a breeze, it's there and then it's gone. And he knows how to express it when he wants to. And I've seen that man break a plate. But the mediator would be for Daedalus, because someone needs to be able to help him understand where the conflict is in a way that he understands. Similar to what we did in the room when, like, he essentially killed the owl. And I basically said to him, you have to understand you can't keep doing this, because what if that were me? Yeah, he needs he's gonna need someone there if that talk happens to put it in a manner that he understands. Otherwise, it's gonna be a logistical nightmare mostly for him.
Do you think you could pull that off? I mean, you would be the most likely candidate in pretty much any situation.
I think I could. Although, the way I would approach it would probably be that no matter what, I can't solve that for him. But even if he doesn't agree with what is being said, it would behoove him to not at least be willing to listen. If he cares about Indare and the rest of us as much as he says he does and has shown that he does in the past. Outside of that, I can't promise it would work, but it would allow both individuals to air their grievances.
I suppose at the end of the day, that's all we can really hope for.
Indeed. Just really hope he doesn't fucking put his foot in his mouth. And she like just pinches her nose. Cause she realizes what she knows what this undertaking is.
Listen. This is gonna be messy no matter what. I've spoken to Adair on my end. If you want to speak to Daedalus on your end, and then we can get them together either with the whole group or, just the three of y'all. I don't know. It feels like this would be the best time to sort this out.
Yeah. You're not wrong, Salas, at all. I will actually find some time to talk with him about it tonight. Because truth be told, I think he's also been avoiding everyone as a whole because, like I said, he didn't agree with me either. And in that moment, in that time, he couldn't see what was wrong behavior-wise. So I kind of need to talk with him anyway in order to then maybe help him understand that it would be worth talking with in there and being willing to listen.
Yeah. I guess you're right.
But if we did want to have the chat, she looks around. If we are going to have it on this boat, we should probably at least keep this space for you so that you can have some peace of mind.
Oh, that would be greatly appreciated. If you need me for help in this conversation, you'll have it. I mean, this is important. I'll do my best to kind of suck it up if we have to take this at the deck. But
No, I know. I know you would if you were feeling up to it. I think I can tackle this one. I guess for now, when I find Indare, I'll chat with him first just to let him know I'm gonna talk to my brother. I think Indare knows that him and I are on good footing, that like I had no issue with anything that he did. But just so that he's aware that I'm gonna let my brother know that it would be important for both of them to talk. So yeah, I guess I'll go find him later, and then I'll talk to Lucy afterwards. But
that sounds
don't
good.
wor-
Feel free to mention that I'm part of this as well, since I've talked to him earlier.
Of course. I mean, truth be told, it seems like for the most part, everyone was able to express or show and dare how they felt, and anyone who might have had a concern or a problem or issue with what took place back there, it seems like they technically hashed out what needed to be hashed out. The only one that didn't was Lizzie. So don't worry, I'll make sure that he knows, and I'll also reassure him you didn't tell me anything that you would not have had his explicit permission to tell me. You just try not to. You try to keep things down while you're here, okay?
I absolutely hope so.
And I can't remember. Do you have the special piece of paper, or does Belky have the special piece of paper in case you need to reach me?
I'm not entirely sure. I figure I do not have the piece of paper, I'll tell you that much.
Okay.
Okay. Who does have the two pieces of paper?
Not I.
I know Iapetus
Not I.
hesitated to take it because she had sending and she had message.
Which I just need to check, because I'm not sure if message actually has any of the boundary limits of, like, going through woods, so message would actually be super great on a ship.
Yeah, like exactly. Like it has that it can go through a barrier if you know the target really well, and it's 120 feet, which is why she sent the message to reach out to Salas earlier to find out where he was.
Which actually, I just want to check something really quick. Yeah, okay, we're online. So yes, use that.
If no one, Salas can have the paper if no one else seems to have it in their inventory. Like it's not a big deal. I thought
Yeah,
I thought we had originally given it to the twins to keep in touch before sending was a thing.
No, because we
I
had
can't
sending by
remember.
that point.
For now, I'll just go ahead and add that to my inventory just so it's not like lost in the ether.
But yeah, basically, otherwise I'll just if you don't have it because I can't remember who we gave it to. It's been a while. If you don't have it, Salas, I'll just shoot you a message or something to check on you from time to time.
Thanks.
Otherwise, you'll probably find me just like ogling the sea outside on the deck.
Enjoy. I mean, it's absolutely breathtaking, and I just wish it didn't take so much from me.
Oh, no, I understand. Are you okay down here though, or do you need anything?
No, I'm good. Strange as it seems, I know this is very, very strange, but I actually rather enjoy being alone from time to time. It's given me some time to work on a few things, and he just kind of like he just quickly shimmers the wings that he has. And then,
Oh my. She's going to nudge you though, playfully, like, oh wow, I never would have guessed that you liked having alone time.
I know, usually so inviting for people into my room. But no, these wings are not those of a social butterfly, strange as it seems.
Well, you'll have to tell me more about what you've been up to when you feel like it.
Hey. Listen, I may not be the most friendly and approachable person, but I do appreciate y'all. I do consider y'all my friends, so play it up as it is. You can talk to me anytime.
Likewise. And I guess with that she will get up, and after making sure you're good, she will head off to go find Ender.
Alrighty. And Dare, are you still with Belky doing sea shanties, or are you doing something else?
If Belky wanted to hang out with Indare, he'd still be talking to her.
Belky?
If they're on a roll, yeah, probably. But if you'd like us to get the group together, I don't see why we couldn't. It'd just be like an off-color joke about one of our friends. Hey, I wonder what that fucker's up to, and then go and find
I could see that actually happening.
Belky might be curious as to what Goldblum is doing, just because, hey, that guy can turn into a rock. I wonder where he's at, because that man's a liability, in like a joking sort of way. Come on, let's go find him.
Speaking of which, Goldblum, what are you doing? Are you just
hopping around the ship until we start stepping on the beach.
He's just like posing in the middle of the deck.
Really?
I am traveling right now. I will continue to be traveling. 24 hours pass.
I also love how we've ignored every other student that should be on this boat.
Well, yeah.
They're
We don't
kinda
care
killing
about
her.
them.
I'm gonna be real with you. I'm keeping this kind of calm right now because if we involve other students, oh god.
Yeah.
So right now, I'd like to have you all handle your stuffs. Right now, the other students are either just playing games with each other or currently reading up. Some are just like hogging on food, and some are just sleeping. Meanwhile, the teachers are keeping them in line and checking up on you fuckers. But I would say if you are wanting to find Goldblum, he's just standing on the deck, just do.
Yeah, we should
Leaving
probably
it
ask the guy who
home.
lived in a mountain his entire life what it's like to be on a boat in the ocean.
He's on a boat. He's on a boat. He's on a boat, motherfucker. He's on a boat.
Is there like an apple in a barrel or something that I could just like casually like toss at him? Not chuck at him, just like
yeah.
Yeah.
There's obviously some fruit. There's a tangerine, in fact.
All right. I will take the tangerine, nudge in there, and gently underhand toss it to bonk Goldblum on like the shoulder or something like that.
What
All
can
right.
I roll to catch it with my teeth and then do the Ricardo flick?
To catch it with your what?
My teeth, bite it, and then
Roll me a
flick,
perception
do the
to see-
Ricardo
What's
flick.
your passive perception?
It's only 14 because I'm not proficient.
Bilky, are you trying to do this stealthily? Bilky?
Did we lose
Uh-oh.
Krista?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Are you trying to do this stealthily? Or are you just openly tossing it?
I'm just checking to see if he's paying attention.
So which is it?
I guess stealthy? Question mark?
Roll me a sleight of hand.
Okay. 11.
Okay. Goldblum, you're gonna see this coming.
Alright, so what do I roll to
I'd say roll
catch
me...
it and flick? Not flick it back, but like, you
roll
know.
me either an athletics or an acrobatics to catch. That's one of the two.
Does he have that? I don't got that.
You know what? I'm gonna say it'll bonk you on the chest, but it falls into your hand.
You'll peel it and eat it. Oh.
An apple?
Tangerine!
Wait, I thought it was a tangerine.
It's a
I
tangerine!
heard originally
I can
apple.
see him bite into the tangerine without peeling it first. Hey, Rocksteady.
Rambalam.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, just keeping busy.
Doing what? You're just standing there, man.
No, take a look.
Am I?
He's
I thought I was
acting-
helping.
He's acting as a sundial.
Yeah, I can see it.
He's just moving a crate back and forth. I'm moving things.
I like the idea that you keep moving the crate. The boat moves the crate with its motion just backwards, and you're like,
To
oh,
put it
God.
back.
And you push it back again.
He's literally the guy who keeps everything steady.
Reminds me of some guy trying to put a boulder up a mountain. It just keeps undoing itself. I don't like this place. It moves too much.
Well,
It's cold and
Bro-
wet, and it's
bro,
all over
you're
the place.
on the ocean. Have you never been on the ocean before?
What's an ocean?
You're joking, right?
We're down below the
Maybe.
ocean.
Buddy, it's what we're on right now. You're like bullshitting me now, yeah?
I am neither a bull nor am I shitting.
Oh, for
But
God's
I live more
sake.
on. I've only lived in mountains. I don't like this place. It
You
moves
don't
too
like
much.
it? Okay. Well, let's just
I like
get you-
water,
So we'll
but I
take
don't
you
like moving
downstairs.
like this.
We'll get you downstairs. We'll get you, down below deck. If we get you close to, like, the center of the ship, you should be all right. I don't know. Or we'll get some bread in your stomach. No, ginger. That's what it is. Ginger. Pussycat, let's go hit the galley. Find some ginger for our friend.
Oh.
That can work.
You know how to make like those little ginger candies, right? Real quick, or something, or a ginger tea, I guess would work too. I don't know. That's probably faster.
I could probably make a ginger tea.
Yeah, it sounds pretty nice right now, actually. Kind of think of it.
For all intents and purposes, for this part of the session, I will say you will get your ginger tea. Everything will be calm. If you all would not mind, I would like you all to kind of just finish up with the rest of the day. So you will understand why I will do this in a little bit.
Well, then, should I maybe describe what Daedalus has been doing? Because he's been doing a lot in the background.
Oh, yes, by all means.
So Daedalus has been working, like he said, on a 4th level spell, which we will not get to for many, 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 many sessions, because we're not leveling.
Yes, I am holding you all back on that, because...
Yeah. But because it is conjuration, he is having to spend a lot of time learning how to do a very specific type of conjuration. So he has been sending out his unseen servant, which is conjuration, to grab random things of various weights from among the ship and bring it down to where they are sleeping. And then he is attempting to lift and control them with Mage Hand, which is not going very well because, as we all know, Mage Hand has a very specific weight limit.
Yeah.
And the best part is...
Mage Hand.
Oh yeah, no, the best part is half of how he discovers how if he can or can't use Mage Hand with it is when he sends a Mage Hand down to the Unseen Servant, and when he can't, he has to use Vortex Warp to literally teleport it into his hand, because he is like at least 20 feet off the ground. So literally the entire floor, there's like a cannonball, beer bottle, rolling pin, like anything that no one would stop the Unseen Servant from taking was brought down here and is being measured.
Oh, good. Alright. I'm going to do this. I will say the first day will come to an end on your siege roll. Give me 1 second. Iapetus.
Yes.
As the day's winding down and coming to an end, I'd like you to do me a favor.
Okay.
Roll me a perception check.
Based on the sights or the smells?
Sight.
Natural 20, 25?
Interesting. Iapetus, you see a storm coming on. It's out in the distance. And it definitely seems to be looking like it's torrential downpour, strong winds. It's way off in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
You're appreciating how beautiful, like, the weather can be, even out on the sea, as there's some winds. What it looks to be like stronger waves way off. And with that natural 20, for the briefest moment, as the lightning flashes within the sky, you swear for just a moment, you see the silhouette of something massive traversing through the air.
Am I able to make out the vague shape of it at all?
Long, and you could have sworn for a second, winged.
Oh boy.
But that's way off in the distance. It is way off in the distance. The storm is
In-
not even anywhere near you guys.
Got you. Oh, okay, because I was about to ask, is it in the same general direction of the storm, or if the winged creature was elsewhere? Got it. Okay.
It's basically, if you were to look on the map, like for the world map,
Yeah.
it's basically south, like it's southeast. It's further southeast.
Got you.
Kind of
Okay.
towards like the shorelines.
Got you. So
But-
closer towards like Elf Harrow? Because I'm not sure which part of the sea we are coming from.
Basically, you're from Zazaspur. It would
Mhm.
basically be the distance you're traveling. You would basically be right towards the coastal lines of Memnon.
Okay. She is actually going to, having seen that, she probably can't go directly to a captain, but she could go to one of their trip coordinators, if she could find them, just to inquire about what she might have seen.
Of the professors that would be up, technically, there is gonna be one of the twins, the drow, who's currently awake and just enjoying the nightlife.
Gotcha. I can't remember. Is that Elijah or the other one? Going through notes.
I believe Elijah is the correct one.
Okay.
I'm trying to also look for my notes for the other one's name, because, God, I've got a lot of fucking notes.
It's been a while.
Elijah and Isaiah? Is he?
Yeah.
Yes.
Elijah
the
is
other
the
one.
drow, Isaiah is the high elf.
Gotcha. Well, then she'll go up to the professor. Professor Elijah, I have a question.
How may I help you, my dear? As he takes a sip from his tea.
Sorry to interrupt, but I've been kind of taking in the sights, and I noticed there's a storm kind of brewing, a little southeast of us.
Mm-hmm. Towards the coast of Memnon.
But I could have sworn I saw a really large, like, silhouette of something flying in that storm. Is there something that could be that big in this area?
I mean, believe it or not, yes. There's plenty of creatures that can match that description. Let's see now. I mean, there's definitely some of the old legends of storm drakes. Of course, there also happens to be... What else? What else? And he kind of just puts his finger. You'll have to forgive me, my dear. It's been quite a bit of time since I've dealt with creatures of such variety.
Oh, of course, Professor. It's okay. I just figured I should let one of our trip coordinators know, just because I thought I might have been imagining it for a moment. I wouldn't have even seen it were it not for the lightning flash.
Oh no, it's fine. Technically, two creatures could fit its description perfectly. But the first, which would be a nice touch, would be a bronze dragon.
Oh.
The
Oh,
second,
wow.
which would be a little bit more on the less fine, would be a blue dragon.
Is that something the captain should be made aware of? Or I guess maybe they already can
Considering
see
we're
it?
nowhere near the coast of Memnon, and we're ensuring that our distance is being kept, we shouldn't be swept up into its problem. Whichever one of the two it is, we're not in any danger. On top of that, if need be, I can easily manage to protect us, at least from sight and everything.
Okay. Um, well, as long as you're sure, then okay. How long do you think we have on sea still?
Trip is quite. And judging by the position of the stars as well as the wind, we're making excellent timing. We've already are about to finish our first day, so I would assume 3 more days of travel. Barring any problems. However, with the storm that's off the coast, we should actually get a boost in speed. Theoretically, we could cut it down to 3.5 days worth. 3 days if the winds are definitely at our back.
Okay, well, that's faster than I expected. I remember reading and hearing about sometimes boat voyages taking quite some time.
They are if you're traveling fully across. However, luckily for us, we're basically taking coastal, so we've always got something to aid us. And on top of that, the Auspice is considered one of the fastest ships around.
It's really a wonder how a ship this massive could move that fast.
From what I remember, back in the ancient times, they used to be able to move entire cities through the sky. Honestly, this is just rudimentary. But that is a tale for another time. I would advise you to at least go get some rest.
Will do. Thank you, Professor.
Of course.
And before she, uh, I guess, heads down to the student quarters, she is going to see if she can find in there. If he is by himself, she'll like obviously chit chat and start up what she wants to talk about. If he's not, she'll play it by ear.
And there, are you still awake?
He'd probably be lounging.
I would
He
say
might be, depending on how late it is, he might be dozing. He might be kind of in and out.
I'd say it's wee early hours of the night, so probably around like 1, 2 o'clock at night.
He'd probably be lounging, about to drift off to sleep.
All right.
Mm,
So, Iapetus, do with that information as you will.
okay,
We'll see in there, though.
got you. Oh, oh, hey! Can't believe I've gone the whole day and without literally running into you on this ship. I caught you right as you're about to go to sleep, didn't I, in there?
He glances over as he was laid out in a hammock, his body language telling that this is not the first time he's been in a hammock before, but he glances over, one of his ears perking up just a little bit. I'm just lounging a bit. Kind of just relaxing. Figure if I drift off, I drift off. I'm just listening to the ocean for a little while.
Reminds you of home, doesn't it?
Yep. Makes me a little bit homesick, but what can I do for you?
Taking a look of the surroundings. Frost, is the student bunk area kind of like there is no privacy? There's probably someone in the hammock nearby that can hear you, or is there
There's some
like
people,
separation?
but people have been using like some spare sheets to create kind of like this anti-sight, kind of like blinders, so that way no one really can, see into the bunk.
Gotcha. Uh, well, I mean, I actually just came in over to check on you. Truth be told, we haven't had a chance to just like chat and chill since the the ley line visit. Like her voice gets really quiet and the cooking prep. So I just wanted to make sure you were all right. I know Belky was concerned earlier, and she thought you were going to do something crazy, and I was like, no, I trust him. He wouldn't. So
Great.
yeah.
Like what? He shifts a little bit.
Oh well, no. Remember the the fight with our somewhat thieving twins.
Them.
Yeah. Yes. Around that time, quite a few people thought that you were about to make one of those twins an only child. And I mean, when I chatted with her, I told her this is when we were back at the tavern that no, like I I never had that impression. And she just kind of pointed out, oh well, yeah, because you guys are my friends. I just didn't. We technically all don't really know each other well, so she realized basically that it was kind of a misread, but it was a misread in the moment. And I told her honestly, you've never let us down you've never done something so brash as to hurt someone unless you absolutely had to. So I trusted that you were gonna do that. What you were doing, you wouldn't take it further unless provoked to do so. So
Hey, Patis, do you know why I launched myself at that man like I did?
you want my honest answer?
Go ahead.
I was not sure why, but I trusted that if you did it, you had a reason. If it were me, I'd gather he seemed like the leader, and uh, as someone who's used to hunting, if you go for the leader, usually everyone else will stop. So I didn't know why you did it, but I assumed logically maybe that might have been a reason. And I didn't question it.
I
I
went
trusted you.
after him because he was the biggest threat. And from the hammock, he slumps a single arm. And you see that discoloration on his fur of his forearm and his hands. The yellows and oranges and reds. I don't want you to have to carry the same marks that I do because of magic. If I see a magic user, if I see a threat, I will always put myself in its face. So that if anybody has to bear these marks, and he wiggles his fingers a little bit, it will be me and not you. And he pulls his arm back into the hammock.
I I've noticed that you're willing to essentially take the hit sometimes, if not all the time, if you're in a position to do so. But you are not alone, and it shouldn't always be your burden to take those hits. Although, I
It
should
is my
emphasize, though, I don't question your actions because, truth be told, if I could, and we're not so squishy, I probably would too. I can respect that.
You are correct. It is not my burden to do this. It is my duty. That is my role in this tribe, and I will do it dutifully and to the best of my abilities. Every single one of
Smiles.
us has a duty to this tribe, to this group.
You hear, sorry, you hear in the background a half asleep duty.
And sometimes that duty is not for the others to know, but to trust that you are doing what needs to be done. You have your job in this tribe. Salas has his job. Goldblum has his job. Belky has her job, and Daedalus has his job. We make this tribe work. Everybody has their role. Everybody has their duty. Without all of us, the tribe falls apart. My role in this tribe is the protector. I'm the one that gets into the face of the biggest threat. I'm the one that carries the scars.
She's There's a slight smile on her face, but it's not in jest or mocking. Um, as she's listening to you. I understand more probably than you might expect. Um, you hear me talk about hunting a lot. Just as you consider us part of a tribe, part of your tribe here at the school, you guys are my pack. And so I understand the necessity of each member of the pack to do their part. At the same time, if one member of the pack falls, that can also greatly weaken the pack. So, know that although I pretty much will never question your actions in a fight, because I trust you, know that you won't go into that fight alone. And that I would also be there to help protect you, as I'm sure the others would.
The fact that she would not is a thought that has never crossed my mind. Everyone that was able to, without thought, threw themselves into danger for each other in this group. Every single one of us has done something for the other to prove this loyalty. I don't think that there's any kind of thought that you wouldn't or that anybody else wouldn't. And he shifts just a little bit in his hammock, just a little bit, so that you get a glance, a glimmer, a slight sight out of that emerald green eye as he glances at you from the corner of his eye.
Mm-hmm. Does it look like he stopped, or that like he's holding on to say something else?
At the moment, it looks like he's waiting for your response. Like he replied to you, now he's waiting for you.
Gotcha.
Also, above Game Frost, Vaughn asked you a question in call text.
I did see. I just wanted to let the scene play out.
Okay.
Daedalus, how close are you? I'm going to say, did you set your bunk up to be as close to Ender's?
Oh, definitely not.
I was about to
Then I want to say
say.
you kind of.
Well, again, but I also figured like half the reason like all this is an issue is because we're constantly together with everyone. But,
Yeah.
so
I'd say you're about 12 bunks down.
well, I'm wherever I'm right next to
You're
wherever
12
I have
bunks
to.
down. Yeah, you're 12 bunks down next to Iapetus's. Iapetus is about the 11th bunk.
Okay, well then, definitely won't see anything. Definitely won't hear anything. And at this point, he's probably also taken the first break he's taken all day from trying to make his spells. He has carved a target into the side of the ship and has been throwing darts at it for the last 20 minutes.
Of course. Of course. Of course.
So Iapetus, basically will say, that's reassuring to hear, Ender. Not that I doubted, but I just felt that it was important sometimes, just to hear it. Sometimes it's important to know that someone is there for you, or cares, or just reaffirms that they will have your back in the thick of the shit. Which is kind of the other reason why I'm here.
Uh-huh.
I both noticed that Daedalus has been standoffish, and although he mentioned he spoke with you, he did not, of course, confide anything in me that you would not give him permission to say.
I haven't spoken to Daedalus since that night.
Yeah, I've been wondering why you've been saying that because I don't remember saying that last session.
Saying what?
That he spoke to him there.
Zai means Salus.
I meant Salus.
Ah.
Sorry, my brain. But yeah. So, Salus and I were talking. He didn't tell me anything that you would not have wanted him to share. But we noticed that Daedalus has pretty much not interacted with anyone.
That's
And
not,
I have a
that's not abnormal. He's done this before.
oh no, yes he has. It's just,
and his voice lowers. And hopefully this time 3 bodies don't show up again.
me on that. I don't quite enjoy not knowing the nuances of those circumstances. You mentioned earlier that your part in this tribe is that it is your duty to protect us so that we don't take those hard hits that you don't want us to take.
The threat to the tribe is the threat that I face.
my part in being sent here, to being sent to Strixhaven, other than doing some research of my own, was also to keep an eye on him. And it's because all of this is new to him. Salas asked me if Daedalus, prior to coming to the school, has ever had friends. And I thought about it for a moment. He hasn't, other than me. Not that his siblings don't care about him or love them, but there's always some sort of implicit expectation that family is supposed to care about each other. Or
There's a difference between family and friends.
exactly. And I'm technically his first and his closest friend. Which means, as you probably already noticed, Lucy is lacking in understanding a lot of social cues. And sometimes he is so tunnel visioned in his own mind about what it is that he would like to do or what he thinks makes sense that everything else seems inefficient. I didn't get to tell you this before you walked off that night from the tavern, and I didn't get to talk with him about it either. But I felt horrible about how he was reacting to everything. And I tried to tell him during the fight, but it's a fight, and emotions are everywhere, and most people aren't gonna necessarily take what was intended at face value. And you don't need the apology from me. You need it from him. But I wasn't happy with how he treated you and cared about and disregarded what was important to you at that time. And also just disregarded how some of the party members might have felt about the situation. And that makes me think that it's important that you and him have an opportunity to sit down and talk, and more importantly, for him to listen. Because he needs to understand that there's nuance in friendships and relationships, that it's not just about what is efficient, it's sometimes about what matters beyond logic and numbers. So I haven't spoken to him about this yet. But I think it's important for both of you to be able to speak your mind with each other if there are any rifts to be mended. But as I have no qualm with you, I wanted to come to you first so that you knew where I stood in this. Because regardless of him being my brother, that doesn't make him infallible.
When the time comes for that talk to be had, my door will be open. But you can't force him to have that conversation. Otherwise, he's going to raise his defenses and deafen himself to everything.
I agree.
When he wants to have the talk, I will be here. But I'm not going to force him to have it.
I agree. And it shouldn't be something that he sees as a part of an equation that kind of needs to be sorted out. My only concern, though, is that, again, because sometimes he doesn't always pick up on social cues, that he might not even realize there is something that needs to be discussed. Because in his mind, it might be something of, I felt like all of this was a waste of time. Perhaps. So, my
And if he
one
feels-
concern. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And if he feels that if he feels that all of this is a waste of time, that may speak about his character. But he lifts that orange furred hand once again. Out of everybody, he was the first one in. When I got grabbed and dragged into that bag of holding, he was the first one in.
So I've heard. But that's what I mean. I don't know if he realizes that he might have slighted you. I don't think he can like wrap his head around that, because it would require him knowing that something was done.
Slighted? He asks, a little bit confused as he lifts his head a little bit more, glancing over. I hold no ill will towards the boy.
No, you don't. But his behavior was a slight unto itself.
He tilts his head, gives a slight nod, and lays his head back down in the hammock.
But I do agree with you. I had intended, after speaking with you, to go speak with Lucy and not let him know what was said, or that I even spoke to you, but to let him know how I felt about his behavior, because he hasn't spoken to me at all either. And to encourage him that if there are things that he is, if there are feelings he has, frustrations, etc., that he needs to express, that he should, when he is ready and has processed them, express them using his words. But
He's so used to being alone that the idea that there is people around him that he can turn to for help is so foreign to him. That's one thing you may need to bring into the forefront of his mind.
yeah, that's, as someone who's definitely knows how it feels to spend some time alone. Yeah, I think that's why I've kind of been encouraging like him just interacting with everyone. Like even if at times he's a bit over the top, or it might seem like he's being very matter of fact, that this is important. All of these interactions are important for him, in order for him to essentially grow as a person. But like I said, I wanted to talk with you first before I spoke with him.
There is something that I believe that we all need to keep close in times like this. There is one law that is always to be upheld. And that is a law that's as old as and as true as the sky. The one that keeps it may prosper, but the one that doesn't has to die. As the creeper that girdles the tree trunk, and the law runneth forward and back. He glances over at Ieptus. Almost a studied look. The strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack. And he lays back down.
Arm still hanging out slightly from the
Just a little
hammock.
bit. Yeah, it's his forearm is laying on the edge of the hammock, and his hand is kind of laying limply as he's reclined back into the hammock.
Is it the forearm with the discolored fur?
They're both discolored.
She will gently like put a hand on the fur, like reassuring squeeze,
Mm-hmm.
kind of pet, and nod like she hasn't broken eye contact. That has always been the way.
That is the way.
All right then. I'm gonna let you get a cat nap.
The best kind of nap.
And she'll leave one of the other little chocolates with him and go head back to her bunk.
I imagine that some people are probably talking while muted right now.
C'est possible.
It is quite possible. But for right now, how about we take a bio break? If
That
you
sounds
all
like a
sound
good one.
I'm
Hey.
holding this in for quite a while.
Run!
Go.
Listen, you should know by now, and say by the spell, we don't say anything that we could not say with 76 more words.
Yeah.
We don't
But
chew
anyway.
the scenery. We literally regurgitate it back like birds.
It shouldn't be so nice.
It's fucking raw.
Why are you still here?
Go pee! Go pee!
In
Don't
an
piss.
unrelated note, so for those who know, I am terrified of the Chucky doll from Child's Play. And at least I was when I was very small. And I'm scrolling through Twitter, and because it is the spooky season, for those listening on the VOD right now, in the future, woo! Yeah, so right now it's October, so there's things going around Twitter, and there's some gifs of the Chucky doll, and I'm like, I was scared of this. This is not scary. It's really bad, actually. Let me post in our Discord. Like, it's just not scary anymore. So I told this is like a few weeks ago. I told Jay Frost that we can watch in the daytime when it's still light out during Halloween. We can watch the Child's Play movie to help me get over my fear of the damn thing, because I am scared of dolls in general because of this damn thing.
Well, if you want to get over your fear of like dolls through Chucky, then you probably want to watch the later Child's Play movies that are just terrible.
I never watched any of them after the first one.
Child's Play
There's
is one
also
of the...
the show.
Yeah.
Oh God, I
Yeah.
saw that at like Walmart. There was a DVD box set.
Mm-hmm. Because season 2 of the new show is coming out relatively soon. There was a group of Chucky cosplayers walking around with a banner at New York Comic Con saying, we would like to play. Do we want to play? Yes, we do. I can be your friend. Yes, you can.
Horror movies messed me up as a kid.
Yeah.
I never
Well,
really watched horror movies. I didn't
Mhm.
like, because I knew they would mess me up, and I had like no interest.
See, my grandma thought it would build character.
Oh.
Yeah. It also gave me a fear of sharks. Thanks, Jaws. I got over that very, very slowly, but it was to the point that when I went to aquariums, I would have like a panic attack if you went through one of those tunnels with the sharks overhead, you know?
Oh.
Hello.
Hey,
What's up,
Is
Jay
this
Frost?
shark scary?
I just thought of a movie that'd be even better to watch than Chucky.
Oh, hold on. But
Do not suggest Annabelle, Frost. Don't do it.
no, I am not watching those movies. Absolutely not watching Annabelle
No,
and the Conjuring series.
no, none of that weak shit. Dead Silence.
I don't know what that is. See, she's going baby shark. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm gonna mute here, friends.
Sounds good.
When I was a kid, like 5 years old, I watched Nightmare on Elm Street, the Freddy Krueger movies.
Oh dear.
It fucked me up so bad that I actually factually had to develop lucid dreaming techniques to stop the nightmares as a kid.
Oh no!
Shit.
That's why you're the dream walker.
Part of it. I had to
Excellent.
develop so it was always the same nightmare. Like I would be in my front yard, it would be night, and then I would start hearing music start, and then something would always rush down my driveway at me. It was usually the neighbor down the street's Doberman, but it was always something. And I eventually figured out, okay, as soon as the music starts, it's a nightmare. I need to start trying to wake myself up. And it is fucking hard to brute force yourself out of a dream.
Because you have to try to convince your own subconscious that what it's seeing isn't real.
You are physically trying to force your eyelids open from direct REM sleep and force yourself back to consciousness. Sometimes I'm successful, sometimes I'm not, but there's those moments that I enter what I call the power struggle. And those are moments where I'm able to force myself out of the dream for just a couple fractions of a second, and then I can feel myself being pulled back into the dream. And these power struggles can last up to like, I don't know, 15 to 20 separate times when they happen before I either fully wake up or I succumb to the dream completely.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And that doesn't even account for all of the lost sleep in between.
The way that it feels, it happens real quick.
I don't think horror movies ever ended up like fucking me over when I was younger, but I know that The Exorcist like screwed over my mom as a child because she was taken to see that movie with all of her siblings as a punishment, but they didn't know it was a punishment. And after the fact, it like gave all of them nightmares. And so for years, like actual years, my mom wouldn't let me watch the movie. And as someone who loved horror movies as a child, which is a weird thing to say, I always said, "Oh, well, come on, I want to watch it." And she legitimately said, "You are not prayed up enough." And it was wild because, like, throughout my life growing up, I didn't live very far from the actual Exorcist house from the movie, not from the book. It was like one of my favorite places to visit, so I really wanted to watch it.
I actually don't live far from where the stuff it was based on has actually happened.
Because most of the original story did happen in like a southern area of Maryland or something like that, but like the actual like original incident, and then a book was written about it. And then when they started filming, they filmed in Georgetown, like a little neighborhood that's in DC. Um, and the house is still there. The stairs are still there. People actually use them to work out now. But like that stairwell is as steep as it looks in the movie.
Like I said, I never watched horror stuff. But there's definitely one, like, fear that I picked up from... It wasn't Goosebumps, but it was like one of those shows that was trying to cash in and be Goosebumps.
Afraid of the dark.
I don't think it was Afraid of the Dark. It was something else. But
Scary stories to tell in the dark?
no. I don't remember the show's name, but I do remember the episode, so you guys might be able to identify based on that. Where it basically had a false Hydra plot, wherein like a kid's family, like a girl's family, moves into a house that is very clearly haunted, and it just absorbs and eats the kids, and then everyone forgets about the kids.
Oh.
And that shit fucked me up real hard for like a solid couple of years.
I'm pretty sure that is Are the Afraid of the Dark, because there is an episode just like that from the first season.
I don't know.
Do they get absorbed by... Do they get taken into the basement where there's a cupboard?
Mm-hmm. It's been so long. I will say that having had a aunt that has had dementia, that fear has been a little rekindled in modern years.
Mm.
But that's about the closest I had.
I do remember an English teacher telling me back in high school that they saw it when they were like maybe an adolescent or like maybe 5th grade, something like that. And from that moment on, they were deathly afraid of clowns. Like even to that very day, like teaching in our class, deathly afraid of clowns.
Actually, not it, but another Stephen King movie got me, and it wasn't The Monsters. God, it wasn't The Monsters. The Langoliers, actually.
Oh.
It was, like I said, it wasn't The Monsters, but it was the thought of all of the world just dissolving and being eaten up and lost into nothingness that fucked me up. And I would not go to bed past midnight for years because of that shit.
King has a way of crafting like horrors, not so much physically, but mentally, that make you question a lot about your life in reality.
Yeah.
Like he's one of my favorite authors again, which I don't know. I guess it's weird to say, but I've been reading his stuff since I was in elementary school. Do with that information what you will. But he has a book called The Outsider, and it's literally about a creature that feeds off the negative emotions of people, and that it's existed for years and years and years, and can take on the form of someone to blend into a crowd, and therefore change forms when it suits them. But the whole point is there are many of them, and one of them likes to actually be in an environment right when the most tragic things are about to happen. So I won't list any of those things just because it could be trigger warnings for folks for current events, but just like instances where there's a lot of negative emotion all at once, it makes sure to be there so that it can eat it, and that's how it thrives. And it, again, some of the things he writes about just makes you more afraid about the realities that he has created.
That reminds me, I have something for you, Zai, because there is a webcomic called Daughter of the Lilies that I think you'd really like. I'm going to send you a link to it.
Oh.
Yes, I think it tickles your fancy.
I'm expecting Juji Ito levels of fuckery now.
No. Is very good, but I will not elaborate for raisins. All I will say is that if you hover your mouse over the pages, you will you'll be able to get the alt text, and it's usually pretty funny.
I see what you mean. Oh my goodness.
Are we all back?
Perhaps.
Yep.
I think.
Roll call. Vaughn.
Bah.
CG.
Mer.
Wiley.
No.
J Frost. Yes. Bob.
Dear God.
Krista.
There's more.
Hi.
Zai.
Present.
All right. Looks like we're all back. Alrighty. Well then, if you all would not mind, I think it will be the dawn of a new day. You all will have taken a nice long rest and wake up refreshed. The sea still calm, still peaceful. The sun is shining. Some clouds are out today, though, so you aren't getting completely blitzed by light. You all are awakened and rallied for some breakfast. The teachers get all students in line, and breakfast consists of practically the same thing as yesterday. You all will receive your food, your rations, and of course, as things are going on, I will say... Let me roll something here. Okay, so that would be... Belky,
Yes.
roll me a perception check.
All right, I can do that. Do. 12.
Belky, because it is the wee hours of the morning, the
Mhm.
sun is out and everything else, there's still that morning fog. And
Wait, when you
out-
say the wee hours of the morning, but the sun is out, so like what, 6
like it's
a.m.?
early morning, like 6, 7 a.m.
So morning for normal people. Got it.
Yes. You're just having your little your hardtack and everything else, and you look out to the south view, right towards the stern of the ship. You kind of look back and you're like, yeah, this is poor. The mist, not bad. You see something green in the mist, kind of sailing by.
How big is it?
About the size of a ship.
Hmm.
It's
Yeah,
not
I'm-
approaching you. It's just moving through the mist.
Are there any crewmen around me?
There's a few having some breakfast. Oh,
Hey, sailor boy.
One of them, a human, kind of looks at you and goes, what?
Yeah, is it normal to see things about the size of the ship in the fog? There's no, like... Fog on the ocean doesn't really have mirages, does it?
Depends on the fog. What do you see?
And
He
Belky
looks
points out into the fog. Saw something green that was about the size of the ship.
He might be seeing a ghost ship.
Good one. No.
I'm not joking. They do exist on these seas.
Yeah, well, we might want to tell the captain there's something in the fog over there.
I'll notify the captain, but so long as we don't go into the fog, we should be fine. Besides, that's way south of us. Well, it's way behind us. We're going to be alright. No. And we are heading past the strait between Kalamshan and Chult. So it's not really, well, unexpected to see ghost ships.
I would imagine no matter where you are, it's pretty unexpected to see a ghost ship, but, you know, what do I know?
Well, you only need to worry about it when the ship looks physical.
Well, I can't even see the damn thing. I just saw a green something or other. But
Yes.
yeah. Is there any coffee?
Oh, yeah. Tia. Kind of hands you like a small cup.
Oh, thank God. Oh, and Bucky will take a sip. Oh, this is really good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What was your name?
Marcus.
Marcus. Yeah. Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
You real sure we don't need to worry about that?
No, believe me, I'm on my 5th deployment here. I've seen enough of them. So long as you don't try going into the fog, you'll be fine.
Has
So
there any
those ships?
Has there ever been anyone who went in the fog?
Oh, plenty. If you're not have your wits about you, and you're going to end up like them, dead.
Oh, well, I got
Usually
shit
it's
to
just
do, so.
spirits.
Yeah, I got shit to do. I don't have time to be messing with that kind of thing, and I really don't want it messing with my morning. I thought ghosts and shit that only came out at nighttime.
They appear usually where the veil is weakest between the realms of the living and dead. Could actually have passed by one of the grave points.
Oh, well.
Remember, some ships die violently.
Yeah? Is that what makes a ghost ship?
Depends. Usually a ghost ship is either born out of a violent death, and its captain and crew having died violently as well. Sometimes it's born out of a dark pact being made.
Uh-huh.
There's numbers of ways.
Well, I'm just gonna leave that to you, Sailor Boy. Thank you for the coffee. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
I'm gonna go back and get dressed for the day. Hey, y'all, do you mind if I do a little performance tonight for all the nice, the nice folks ferrying us all the way across this fucking ocean? I'm a bit of a performer, you say. I don't know if you've heard of me.
I'm afraid not. I'm not technically from this area.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not either. You've not heard of the Hell Screamers?
Unfortunately not.
Oh,
I'm
well.
actually all the way from the east. I'm in...
Alright, but come on, like, I haven't been there, but maybe you've heard of, like, my dad? Flavius Carmine? Maybe?
Let me roll for him.
Come on, some recognition, please.
Nat 1.
Fuck!
I'm sorry. Never heard of him. I'm terribly
Oh.
sorry. I'm from
Man.
Delsamere. I'm way off into the east.
You're
of
in
the
the
Gulf of
boonies,
Lyria.
no wonder. Alright, okay, well, That explains a lot. Don't worry about it, man. But yeah, I'll a friend of mine's been teaching me some sea shanties, so hopefully it'll be something more everybody's cup of tea or coffee in this case. So yeah,
Of
thanks
course.
much.
No problem.
Yep. Have a good morning. And Belky's gonna head back to where she was staying, put up the curtain more or less so that she can get changed for the day. But as she's heading there, she notices a certain somebody up in the rafters and has to do a double take. Fuck, you are like a little goblin or a gargoyle or something. Have you been up there all goddamn night?
No, I came down Haunted Trance once I needed to. Don't worry, I'm not looking. He says as he's like, you can literally see he's got his face in his book and he's scribbling things and then occasionally holding out his hand as a mage hand tries to lift something.
I wasn't, I didn't even accuse you of anything. But like, bro, Specs, get down from there. Like, for real.
No, it's nice up here. It's quiet. I can work on stuff.
Yeah, you've also been AWOL for like a few days. What's up with that?
You'll see his face get like nonplussed, but like not angry, just kind of like aggressively neutral. Be like, I'm trying to process recent events.
Uh-huh. You mean when you blew up?
I mean when we watch one of our friends nearly commit a murder.
Yeah. Well, unlike you, we've actually talked about it. So instead of whatever it is that you've been doing, which, gotta say, in the moment when we were about to possibly die, yeah, I gave you the little pep talk, but if you talk to me the way that you did that day again, I'm going to be very angry with you.
And you will see him now slowly turn, his features darkening a little. You and Salas put us in danger in 3 different ways, with a situation that we could have easily extricated ourselves from.
Alright, how about you get the fuck down here instead of talking down your nose at me, yeah?
You'll watch as Daedalus will now walk down the side of the walls to do a spider climb.
I'd like to imagine that it just sounds like suction cups.
That's the funny thing. He can only get up there once a day without spending a spell slot because he has Levitate as a drow. So he has to literally spend a spell slot to come down every day, so that's also why he stays up there so long.
I'm going to imagine it as nothing more than suction cups noises.
Alright, he's now standing. Is this fine?
She's looking. He's really tall, right?
I mean, for you, he's only like 5'8".
Okay, so he's still a few inches. He's at least 3 inches taller than Belky is. So she's looking up at him, and she puts a hand on her hip and leans her weight on one leg, and she seems very not so pleased with him either, because it's very early in the morning, and he's decided to be a little shit first thing. The coffee hasn't set in yet. Yeah, no, I would say this makes it a lot easier. Yeah. So, what the fuck is your damage?
My damage is in a situation where we could have easily gotten ourselves out of, a situation that was already dire enough in its own. I watched someone, at best, torture someone, at worst, nearly kill another. Then I watched another friend dig us deeper into a conflict by involving us in other people's business. And then I watched you try to swindle not 1, but 2 different groups of people that could have easily put us in more danger. I have spent the last 2 months doing everything to protect my sister, myself, and all of you at school. I do not need you putting us in further danger.
Well, how about this, Specs? I didn't need you to protect me. Or anybody else in our little friend group either, because I'm pretty sure we can look after yourself. But you've made it significantly harder by keeping to yourself. So, I don't want to hear your bullshit reasoning when all it does is make things worse for you. So, what now?
A student currently is vomiting out a porthole.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry.
When did you even? When did you even get here?
The one moment he walked up to get food, didn't make it back down.
Oh, can we have Salas? Do you want to make it where you are the one that vomited, or do you want a random student to do it?
Nah, random student. I'll vomit
Yeah.
later.
I'll vomit later.
You'll just see like this student who's like 2 bunks away, just vomiting out a porthole.
A halfling
this-
who can barely pull himself up to
Yeah,
the portal.
halfling who's just basically like, sorry.
Oh no, not Rosie!
No,
it's not
not Rosie.
I know,
It's
but
just this halfling guy who's just like, oh god.
listen, I'm
that
gonna make
heart
every
attack
short.
is sitting.
I'm gonna make every short person Rosie if I've given the chance.
All right. So, what does
Who else
Daedalus
but
do?
Rosie?
You will see Daedalus, like, he is staring very much. You see, like, he wants to say something, but he is physically straining that he cannot say anything.
Mm-hmm. What's wrong, Specs? Cat got your tongue? Pussycat's not anywhere around. Speak your mind, or get out of my face. Because whatever beef you have sort of pales in comparison to the shit that we've been going through lately, which you've absconded from. The rest of us have talked things out like adults, but you decide to sulk.
At
Meanwhile, Perdix is in the back of your head, Daedalus going, SAS levels, 98%.
It's funny because that'll probably be will be the straw that throws the camel's back. I've had to tell my sister this. I've had to tell Salas this. I have told just about everyone about out this. I physically can't, and you will watch him pull open his robes, and you are the first person to see Perdix literally dig into his flesh.
Holy fuck! And like that's really loud. I don't want to, blow out the mic
Yeah,
or anything
It's
like
fine. Also, one of the Perdix's one eye kind of immediately just locks in on you, Bucky, and you just hear this mechanical.
And
He'll take a-
Daedalus, you hear, "Hello there."
Wait, it speaks?
In Daedalus's head, it's speaking.
Oh no.
he says,
Why did
"Hi."
it have Professor Shrub's voice for a second there?
Because it's not as sinister as Naylock, and it's not as drunk as Morg, so J for us only has so much range.
Give me a moment, I can expand the range. I used to do theater.
I was trying to make your job easier.
Oh, it's okay.
What's
So,
easy? I don't know that.
so yeah, Belky is now staring at this thing. Just gobsmacked. She is finally silent for a change.
So yes, I have gone through some things to try and make sure none of us get put through any more than we've already done. And it has been an ordeal, he will say as he closes it. At this point, he is just walking past you.
She will try and grab his arm. No, Specs. We need to get that off of you, right now. Do the professors know about this?
Yes.
Perdix immediately goes into your head and goes, "Stress levels detected. Oh, rising heavily. Would you like me to deploy serotonin or a love pheromone?"
What?
Yeah, no, at that point, you were literally just going to see Daedalus go from, thriving anger to, immediate, confusion, disgust. No, nothing towards... Well,
No,
nothing
that's fair. No, that's fair. We've established that he is an ace person.
I wouldn't say ace, it's just that, let's be honest here, we're dealing with him already not knowing friendship social cues. I think romance is a few steps above him at this point.
A little bit, yeah. Fair enough.
He's gonna look around. The people who need to know, and now I need some air. And he is going to try to shrug up.
She'll let him go. Yeah, she will stand there and still staring at that spot on his chest. Daedalus, you really need to have somebody check that out.
It is literally actually improving my health.
Stress levels at peak maximum. Deploying serotonin emergency response.
You'll
Also activating muscle relaxers.
Oh, you are immediately going to watch like all of the tension fall out of him, as if like literally he just lost control of some of his muscles as he is stomping his way up to the deck.
Okay, but if you have too much serotonin, your brain will like not. It's not that it won't produce enough. It won't have the same effect. It's like taking antibiotics. If you take too many, they don't work as well. So Perdiox can fuck him up real bad this way.
True, but also
Perdix.
Perdix has only done it twice. And
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
right now it's just basically it's like getting a nice shiatsu massage on the
Yeah.
inside.
Belky is going to immediately change into what she was gonna wear for the day, and then go find Iapetus like double time.
In the meantime, Daedalus, another thing you're hearing in your head is marking. Marked. Profile created. Belky Karst.
You are going to immediately hear from Daedalus. Context on file.
Copy. Would you like me to add appropriate nickname?
Oh no.
No,
Perdix just called you a mark. Are you gonna take that, Belky?
But no, he'll be like, I'm not asking for a designation, I'm asking for a purpose.
Wishing to create further file databanks. Also, trying to assess situation. With stress elevation level, unsure if in situation required muscle relaxers or if required love pheromone.
Daedalus is going to keep going until he gets to the back of the ship and find a place where he can spider climb to some privacy. Like, at this point, I feel like since we saw that the back, like, the rudder has, like, an actual, like, fin to the back that doesn't actually move with it, I think he's just going to pull reverse Luffy. But,
yeah, while you're doing this, Perdix is just humming a nice, happy little tune.
He's excited he's meeting people.
Yeah.
Daedalus would be like, I'm not sure? I think... Okay, I'm having to deal with a lot of the fact that I can't understand social cues today, but I am 30% sure she wants to date our sister? So no. Also, I wish to know context of the file. Are we talking similarly to the way I organize my thoughts on my board?
Scanning. Response. Similar, but different. Establishing friend-foe directory.
Friend-foe directory.
Subcategorization. Potential love interests.
This becomes a dating sim.
Subcategorization. Pain list.
File under friend. File all other threats from the last previous board under foe. Well, sub-foes. Like, you saw the distinctions I put in there, and you can read my mind. You can figure this out.
Understood. Subcategorize. Appropriate fire nickname. Firecracker.
Daedalus is just gonna be like, you know what? I'm not gonna fight it. I need some time to process everything that just happened. This was not a conversation I thought I'd have today, and Belky's the last person I thought I'd have it with. So I'm just gonna sit over here and this is actually really pretty. I've never actually been to an ocean. I'm gonna take this in for a minute.
Scanning. Ocean. Vast. Entering the shining sea. Calculations showcasing exact landing at Calimport. Approximately 2 days.
Also, make an alert to remind me to cast Mending on the ship's wall to fix where we put that dartboard. I'm still gonna use it, but at least that way I can get rid of the like major scratches.
Understood. Buff out scratches for Captain.
Alright, and now I need to be alone with my thoughts. Or as alone as I can be knowing that you are still in my head listening to my thoughts.
Understood. I will provide background music.
I just imagine his elevator music.
Let's put it this way. The music choice is... You're basically hearing Redbones come and get your love in 8-bit.
Tip.
And like last time, whenever Perdix played music in his head, he's just gonna go, Chippy. And then that's gonna be it. You can move on to somebody else.
Alright. So we're gonna go back to Belky and Iapetus. Because I kinda wanna see this shit.
She's going to run over. It's just like the clothes that she's wearing is pretty basic. She had to like at least put on pants. I'm sure she was in like a really long t-shirt kind of thing. So she throws on some pants and runs over to where Iapetus is and just starts shaking her violently. Red, wake up! Wake up! Red! I need you to wake up right now.
Okay. First off,
No.
hi, Belky.
Hi.
Second of all,
Very important.
I am an elf. I was already awake.
She opens her mouth and then closes it and went, I forgot. I'm sorry. Also, I'm sure you heard me scream right now at something. Yeah, that something was your brother. He's got this metal whirligig attached to his fucking chest.
Whoa, wait. A little at a time. I've had a lot of talks within the last 12 hours. So slow down.
Okay.
Take a deep breath.
I don't know how much slower. This was not a dream. This just happened.
I'm not saying it was a dream. She's like looking at you. I'm not saying it wasn't a dream. I'm saying, tell me this at a normal pace, please.
Your brother has a metal whirligig literally attached to his flesh on his chest, and it looked at me. The thing that he can't talk about, that's the thing that he can't talk about.
Ah, that's Perdix.
We gotta get that off of him. Despite the fact that he's being a little shit right now. I'll hold him down if you want to pull the fucker off.
Wait. He's being a little shit. God.
Yes, he's being a little
What?
shit. Of course he is.
What happened? What happened now? What happened now?
Daedalus being Daedalus. Or sorry, no, Specs being Specs. What do you mean?
Belky?
Yes.
What specifically happened that he is being a little shit?
Well, for one, he's been living in the rafters, and I didn't know he was there yesterday when I changed into my bedclothes, for starters, and gods know how many other people don't know that he's been in the rafters when they've been changing. For another thing, he's got a metal whirligig in his chest!
Okay, so what? The rafters thing, ironically enough, concerns me more than the metal thing. And before you ask that, allow me to explain. I don't know what the metal thing is exactly, but I can only imagine that the letter that I told you, I kind of paraphrased to you guys when he went missing. And then he came back and that weird, creepy motherfucker was at his door.
Yeah.
He said if there was trouble for us to call out Perdix and he would probably hear us.
Okay.
I didn't know who or what that was. He said he couldn't tell me, which again, I've been dealing with for a while too.
Okay, all this
I'm assuming the thing on his chest that you've explained that you said he is apparently said is the thing he can't talk about is Perdix. So as far as trying to take it off of him, I would imagine that was the first thing Lucy tried to do. I would also imagine that he hasn't been able to finagle some of the stuff he's been finagling on his own without at least one of the usual professors that somehow knows what's happening with our group being involved. Which means Perdix being attached to his chest is probably not my biggest concern right now. But him walking around on the rafters upside down in a place that is supposed to have some kind of modicum of privacy, probably not the best thing. More importantly, I want to know why I have been violently shaken when apparently he's being a little shit, and you haven't explicitly explained what happened with that made him a little shit. Because I've had 2 conversations within the last 12 hours. And I'm trying very hard not to have another big one
I'm
with him this early.
okay. I'm really sorry I shook you. Again, I forgot about the elf thing. I'm sorry. I've not been around elves so much that it naturally clicks quite yet. So I'm real sorry about that, Red. He was mad at me, at Sully and Catmandu because we apparently have thrown everybody into even more danger, and me specifically for some reason. And yet, instead of talking it out like everybody did with, a kitty cat, he doesn't say anything. He just expects us to be mind readers. And I explicitly said I don't do that with friends.
You're gonna see Iapetes's shoulders on whatever, hammock she was on. Because at this point, she probably, when you saw her, she probably was, doing her best to not spin over in the hammock, but trying, to just, center herself a bit, only to get the violent shakes. You're gonna see her shoulders just kind of slump. And her eyes go from frustrated and pleading to just, briefly empty. Yeah, that's what I thought might happen. So, over the last few days, Belky, I have basically been trying to explain to people that although I don't excuse my brother's behavior, because you are right, the last couple times I've interacted with him since that day, on that day, he was being a spoiled brat. The problem is that he doesn't understand social cues.
I mean,
And I had a feeling this was, something like this might happen at some point. Oh boy. I need to have a talk with him. Okay. Do you still have the coffee in your hand?
no, she gave that back to Marcus.
Alright, so then in whatever little bag she has close by to her, you're going to see her pull out, whatever the yield equivalent of a thermos is, and, pop off the cap and, pour a liquid into it. This is flavor. She doesn't actually have this, but for flavor, you're just gonna see her do that. The liquid is brown. Get off the hammock. Belky, I'm not mad with you. I'm just tired. I'm gonna go talk to my brother. She sips the coffee and just starts to slowly walk, then stops. Did you see the direction he went in?
Up the stairs.
Do you know if it was towards the galley or something, or I just don't want to spend the next 20 minutes trying to find him when I could just go to where he is.
Do you have message?
Yeah, but
That would do it.
Where were you guys when you had the conversation?
Belky points to where her bed is in the same room.
And you said he went up the stairs?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm just gonna head up there. Maybe he's on the deck. I'd hoped to take in more of the view today, but different circumstances, I guess. and like she'll just like sip. All right, I'll get back to you later. For right now, and she's gonna like turn
Mhm.
and just the expression on her face is just really kind of disheartened. I'm
Mhm.
really sorry. And like walks, like she goes up the stairs to go find him. And as she's going up the stairs to go find him, uh she's going to send a message to Salas and say, so that conversation's happening earlier, but not with whom we expected.
I don't think Salas can actually reply back because it's message, but he will get the picture.
You can send up to 25 words.
No, that's sending. This is message.
I
Yeah,
think
can
you can
reply to
say
this message.
something. Yeah.
Here,
Boopity boop.
let me post message if you don't have it. Or
Oh, I did. I put it in there.
Yeah, the
Okay,
only thing is
Um,
that
slow loading.
are the floors 3 feet thick? That's the only question.
Probably
Mhm.
not.
Because
Eh,
3 feet of wood block it.
I mean, if they're made of, it's, let's see, 3 feet of wood. I don't know. That they, Frost God, can you answer this question? If it didn't work, she'll use sending. She doesn't mind burning it for it. She's not getting off this
I would
boat.
say it messed. I would say roll me a d100.
Okay. I do what I told.
You can travel around corners if that helps.
Yeah,
Through openings.
but roll me a
There's
d100.
ventilation.
I want to see what.
48.
I'd say you're fine.
Oakley dope. So yeah, she'll just send him that, and as she's sipping this mystery, hopefully useful liquid, she's just gonna go find her brother.
I guess Salas will attempt to follow.
Of course. I will say this. Ender and Goldblum. Are you both currently topside of the ship?
Probably. This crate keeps moving back. Stop.
I'd say, can I both have you roll me perception checks?
And certainly try.
11.
Okay.
Ten. My passive is better.
Let me roll for this thing.
I don't like that.
Now I actually have to keep track of the
You
spells I
disapprove?
used. 1 second. That's one less second level spell, which is not great for a 6th level wizard.
Okay. Neither of you notice anything. Just the lapping of the waves. As you all are enjoying a coffee, we'll cut to Iapetus and Salas.
As I guess we start looking for Daedalus. Do we actually know the direction that he went?
I'm going to say
All Belky said was that he went up the
Yeah.
stairs from the bunk, so she's just heading up towards the deck because stairs.
I mean,
I'm
fair
it's
gonna-
also a ship that's only 120 feet long, so it's not like you're going to be searching for long.
I will say, inevitably, you will find Daedalus, who's actually enjoying the ocean, so to speak.
Yep, he's just sitting cross-legged with his hands in his lap, looking at the ocean, being like, He's pulling a reverse Luffy.
I will say, at one point, you do see a dolphin kind of shoot up into from the water. Go.
Huh, what a horrible creature.
God.
Oof.
as we kind of figure out where he is, Sal's is going to look at two Iapetus and it's like, so, how do you want to approach this?
Well, given that I was awakened in quotes because I can't sleep, but she thought I was asleep, given that I was shaken out of semi-trance to be told that there is some mechanical thing attached to his chest, and that apparently that is who Perdix is, and that they got into an argument, I think I'm just going to be blunt. But I should also just give you a heads up. Indare and I agree that we shouldn't force him to talk to Indare. So what's about to happen now is just me addressing his behavior as a whole. And whatever comes of it, comes of it. You'll notice she is actively sipping from a cup, and it doesn't look like it came from the galley.
What did you know? What? That's the quest. The cup's not a pressing matter. Yeah. I'll take the back seats. If you want me to tag in, just let me know. You can take point. I'm here to support you.
She looks tired, but there is a slight smile on her face. Thank you, Solace.
Of course. And no matter what comes of this, we're both gonna take the rest of the day off. Oh boy, this is doing a number on you, and you do not deserve to have a number done to you.
I promise you, regardless of the outcome of this conversation, I am grabbing snacks and going down to the center mass with my little cloak of comfort. I'm just gonna hang out there with you until I actually learn how to fall asleep. I'm too tired for this shit.
I'll teach you the ways of the isolated burrito.
Oh, this sounds wonderful. Okay. All right. She takes another sip of the mystery liquid, and as they get closer to Daedalus, Lucy.
You'll see Daedalus has at this point somehow got a seagull on his arm and he's just looking at it confused. Huh? Oh. Morning, Tussie. Do you know what this weird creature is?
I've been told that it's a seagull.
You're gonna leave it all? He just says to the seagull.
Do you have any food?
It
No.
immediately looks to you. It says,
If she has like a piece of ration, she's gonna throw it off the side of the boat.
it goes after the ration.
By the way, it was saying mine, mine, mine the whole time. Not a very smart bird.
Huh.
How have you been? Is Cooper even? That's questions for later.
Yeah, this question's for later.
Lucy, I am not doing all right because I've had to deal with a lot of conversations within the last few days, and I've also had to deal with you actively avoiding confronting some things that you might need to process.
Daedalus is just going to look at Iaptus and go, "See how you feel right now? That's what I was actively avoiding. Less talking, better for the health."
See, Daedalus, that's the problem. It's not talking about whatever it was that was bothering you does not make it go away. It makes it fester. And so then when you do finally say something, after letting it fester for so long, it results in me being shaken a quote awake because someone is ironically more concerned about what is on you, and she doesn't say it, but she points towards his chest, and not about the fact that apparently you just told them off.
You're going to watch Daedalus do the thing that he only does when he is really, really tired. And he is going to slap his face and then do the long pull down, stretching his features. And then he is going to roll backwards until his feet touch the fin, and then continue to spider climb back down the fin towards you to be like, okay, I'm tired of like half yelling this conversation. So, okay, first of all, he looks between both Salus and Iaptus. Is this going to be a normal talk, or is this going to be a shout at me and call me names talk like Belky's?
Well, when was the last time that you have known me that I have shouted at you and called you names and didn't actively listen to you the way I had hoped you would listen when we talk?
To be fair, I more expected the shouting, but I also had to clarify for Salus because we haven't had one of these talks before.
I'm not here. Well, then, to be clear, I'm not here to shout at you. Am I frustrated? Abso-fucking-lutely. Am I disappointed in some ways? Oh, yeah. But I'm not here to shout at you about it because I don't think that's going to help you be willing to lend an ear and listen and try to understand.
If you're concerned about me and all this, I am following your sister's lead, and I'm not exactly the shouty type.
You are sassy, though.
Do you hear me sassing you right now?
No, but I was addressing future sass.
Do you think that I will have any reason to sass you?
I mean, at that point, it's a calculation of odds, and I'm not going to get into how infinitesimal that could be.
I mean, Lucy, to be fair, you're prone to moments of sass yourself, so maybe we could agree that in that regard, the sass would be negligible for this conversation.
I mean, to be fair, I never
Sass
actually... Oh, no, go ahead.
Sass is a tool for when things aren't serious. This is serious, sass goes away.
Also, I just want to point out, I'm never intentionally sassy. People just interpret it that way.
Even if you don't intend it, it can come off that way. It can't be helped. That's why talking is important, because it allows the opportunity to air that out and to clarify essentially what you just said. Oh, well, I apologize if it seemed like I was being sassy. I actually wasn't. If you don't talk, they don't know.
All right, so what do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about how I use it. No.
I mean, if you would have finished it, that would have just ended in a mind slur and been like, I warned you!
If you tried, she would counterspell it without question.
Anyways.
So, would it be safe to agree that you have been avoiding everyone since the events of our market adventure?
I would call that less an adventure and more of a fiasco bordering on a crime.
All right, I guess we're just diving right into it. But you didn't answer the question.
I mean, yes, I think that one was pretty self-explanatory. I feel like everyone else sees this completely differently, and I see it for what it actually was.
Well, that's the beauty of talking. Talking gives a chance to express those perspectives, and even if you don't agree, be willing, if they are people that you care about, to at least listen actively. You don't have to agree with their perspective. You don't necessarily have to like it, but it's having enough courtesy and respect to at least hear them out, of which everyone else has done within the last few days of those events. except for you, Lucy. So before I say how I feel about it, because it seems as if you already have a interpretation of how you think I feel about it, tell us how you felt about that entire scenario.
I felt something that could have easily been avoided or made far less dangerous was completely escalated by one, Indair's regular ability to never tell anyone what he is doing and further put the group into either like treacherous situations or actively escalate a problems. And also, I don't like watching someone at best attempt a murder, at worst actively torturing someone in front of me. Just because I was trained to know about these things doesn't mean I like them. And I don't think Mom likes them anymore either. Two, and he looks directly at Salas. You kept us in that situation longer than we had to be. We did not need to know their problems. They were criminals. They made their choice. We could have actively just taken what money we needed, solved our problem, and gone about our lives. And then thirdly, Belky. I'm starting to believe she doesn't have any idea of consequences for any actions. She was actively trying to turn the situation to her ends in ways that were completely unnecessary. We didn't need to profit off of that situation. We didn't need to take any more than we needed. Instead, she then tried to actually lie to someone who was already leveraging a significant amount of control over our lives. So no, I did not like any part of that situation. We were in it for too long, we escalated it, and I don't think anyone realizes that if any of those guards who came out halfway through that fight had not been cowards, we would all probably be dead.
Iapetus is waiting to see if you're finished. She doesn't want to interrupt you because she said she wanted to hear your side. So she's waiting to see if you have anything further to say.
At this point, I think you have pretty much figured out that I have gone to incredible lengths to try to make sure we are not in those situations. And despite everything I have done, how hard I have tried, we have still been nearly killed at least 3 times in the last month, nearly 5 times in the last 2.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much it.
All right. Well, first, thank you for finally saying something about how you're feeling. And not within a fight or not without. Point is, just thank you for finally just saying something. Now, do I agree that oftentimes Belky does try too hard to swindle things in her way? Yeah, I do. I don't think at all that it was right to try to trick said individual into not getting all of the funds that he was due. And quite frankly, before you had brashly stepped forward, I had already intended to say something. However, you did it before I did. With that said, personally, I think your feelings towards the entire situation were already exacerbated, Lucy, when we were in the center, at the detention center. Truth be told, you not having your book, I feel like that set you off. And from that moment on, you only chose to care about what it was that you wanted at that time, even though it wasn't only your belongings that were not on your person. And I know how important your spellbook is to you. You weren't the only one that didn't have their spellbook. But I also knew that as long as we did what we were supposed to do while we were there, that we would get it back. However, those problems that wasn't the only problem. It wasn't only that we didn't have our book. It was that a friend of ours, someone you jumped into a bag to protect, apparently, or to save, was also missing valuables of his own and had, while we were all mostly incapacitated, risked his life even further to still try to protect us and our property. Because truth be told, we're lucky they only stole our money. What if they had stolen our books? Would you still feel the same way? Would you think that maybe Ender had taken it a step too far if it had been your book?
If he was going to do what he did to them, yes, that is a step too far.
But then that means you believe that he really intended to kill them, which you have to understand. To say that you care about someone, that you consider them a friend, and that you want to protect them, and then in that moment not trust that they wouldn't go too far, that's going to make them question everything that you said in regards to how you trust them.
I don't know if I can trust them. They walked away without speaking to any of us, threw themselves at that person, and then even when Belky tried to stop, continued doing that. We had no way of understanding what it was. I spent one of my last abilities to communicate via spell to try to stop him from doing that, only to find out that what he was doing was basically just torturing someone.
Daedalus, did it ever occur that perhaps that might not have been what he was doing? In a hunt, if you're going after multiple things and you have underlings and then you have the head, you go for the head. Because if you can subdue the head, not like destroy them, but if you can subdue or incapacitate them, the underlings won't know what to do. I did not know what his intentions were, but I trusted him enough, just like I implicitly would trust the rest of you in a fight, to know that he wouldn't have taken his life. Because he literally could, he could have blown up the dude who sicked the chimera on us. But instead, he chose to try to save that individual. So I understand the impression that you got. But instead of in a non-combative situation where emotions were high, taking a moment to talk with him, the way all of us did with each other, instead, you chose to bottle it up and stick to your own interpretations of everything that happened. That's not what friends do. That's not what people who say they care about each other do. Belky was concerned too. And I'm pretty sure she aired her concerns to him. And she aired her concerns to me. And I told her exactly what I'm telling you now. I'm not always going to agree with everything that each of us does. She's going to, I'm just going to look over at Salas. Sometimes it bothers me that he keeps to himself for so long because I'm worried that he's not going to get to experience things on campus because he just wants to have some time to himself.
Salas does a little hand wave.
Belky's tendency to always try to add a little performance and flair is both a gift and a curse. It's one of her most redeeming traits, but can also get herself or others in trouble. And Darren and her share that similar trait, but he will only take it but so far. And Goldblum is the sweetest thing, but he's also a perfectly clean slate. He takes it exactly as it's seen, which could potentially get him hurt or in trouble, or swindled. But I worry about you most of all because all of them can navigate those nuances. But you might not even feel like it's worth the time to try because it wasn't efficient enough or it didn't follow your plan. We're all trying to protect each other, Lucy.
I'm not sure I can get that far yet, but I'm thinking. Also, I'm sorry that you weren't the first person I told. I actually didn't even tell her anything. It just kind of happened. I was surprised Perdix actually let me do that.
You don't owe me an apology for that, because you know how I tell you my secret is mine to share when I see fit? Perdix is yours. You have your reasons for keeping it to yourself, whatever they were. And although I did not like it, I had to respect that that was your choice.
Well, I actually didn't think I had any choice in the matter. I thought he was going to physically stop me.
Well, now you've learned that maybe he'll give you some wiggle room. As long as maybe you don't feel threatened. Maybe something about your situation or your relationship? Symbiotic circumstances? I don't know what we would call that, but maybe something about your situation with Perdix has changed between the time that you acquired him and now.
Dale is just gonna pause, like any emotional tensity in his face is just left, and he's now just calculating something in his head, just being like, "Wait a second, did my security clearance increase when I became a Naylock's apprentice or confidant, whatever? Is that a thing?" Perdix he'll just think in his head.
All systems indicate to. Probability. Moderate.
Oh. Oh, okay. Apparently I'm just allowed to tell Eldest now, so yes. He's gonna open up his shirt. This is Perdix. Say hi.
You all see a mechanical scarab carapace kind of lodged onto your brother's skin. And then you see a small bit of it open up, and you see this tiny little hand wave, or, well, bug leg.
He's partially fused to my heart.
Does the scarab look like the scarab we saw flying near Morg with the cupcake?
Correct.
Oh, so this is something that from Naylock, isn't it?
Yes and no. That one's probably something I can't tell you about. Remember what I told you about during the incident after the manor? About that thing on his desk?
I think you did. Actually, can't remember.
I did. He definitely casually mentioned that Naylock has a pocket dimension in his office.
Oh, that. Yes.
Balls.
Yes.
Yep. That was made news before he had a possible I can't say issue. But yeah.
Ball game. Remember, the pocket dimension is stored in the balls.
Yes.
Understandable.
And it does take you someplace yellow. But that being said, during that whole incident with, I'm pretty sure I was able to tell you before I was. Yes.
You mentioned that you had been traveling to his office for reasons.
Oh yeah, I went to leave him a note. Then I went to the library. Then I ran into cultists. This one I can say because you know about cultists.
Mm-hmm. And I'm assuming those were the bodies?
Oh yes. They weren't actually people, they were monsters. This cult is very complicated.
Pauses briefly at that, but doesn't say anything.
Yeah. I was afraid I was going to have to deal with it. And funny story, did you know that the owlbear monster thing in the manor is actually connected to the school security network?
You know, given that it is that it almost killed you, I wasn't aware, but we found it in school property, so I can believe it. Although, how do you know that, and what does Perdix allow you to do within the reason within the what you are allowed to explain.
I'm helping Naylock with security improvements. Professor Shrub's really nice, but he's not good at that job.
Nor is it really his job in the first place.
Honestly, if politics hadn't been involved, I think we would probably be better with Naylock just fixing things. But that's why I've been having to pick up the slack. Basically, if you say Perdix's name to a Securitron within a certain, mile radius, especially now that I've been able to get into the Biblioplex's, security network, the Securitrons will converge on your location and try to protect you.
Her eye squinted slightly at the able to get into security network. It's a slight squint, just one, and returns to normal.
Oh yeah, I was going to tell you if they've cleared me to go higher so we could try to meet that Grand Librarian person. I'm still waiting on notice from that.
If I may. This is all important information and very good to discuss. But I do feel we are getting a little straight from the topic at hand.
Oh, true. Sorry. Honestly, I've been bottling that up for the better part of the last, month and a half. The ability to, say anything about it is actually very therapeutic.
Told you talking helps.
Serotonin and dopamine levels are at quite a decent status. Shall I induce a downer?
You're just going to hear, no, I like how this feels.
Understood.
So, the issue with the cultists, everything all kind of came to a bit of a head when the escapades with Indare and all of the money missing happens. So really, all of these issues have just kind of conflated together.
Yes, I've been doing the best I can to try to keep everyone safe without putting anyone in danger. As a group, we actively conflated with danger and escalated it at every possible outcome in that situation, to the point where, very much so, there was a 90% chance we would have all died.
Then, if you'll permit me, it's rough. But part of what works with a group is that no matter what, you stay back, you try to back everyone up and their place, and then we all fuss about it later when it's a bit safer. This is that time. And we can't retreat and keep things from each other, because then it starts to spill over when things take a terrible turn. Now, you mentioned you have issue with me. That's fine. You don't have to agree with everything I do. But when you take off by your lonesome, stay by your lonesome, and then you have your thoughts, we assume what you're doing, what everyone else is thinking, and then you make decisions based on that assumptions. It's not how this works, and it tends to stab you in the butt. So Iapetus mentioned that you've got a secret to keep. Perfectly fine. Just make sure that whatever issues you have with the group get handled appropriately, so that it is safer for everyone and it doesn't appear at a terrible time, at a terrible place, or hurt you in ways you aren't even aware of.
Trippy also hadn't had enough time to finish processing this, and then we were shoved on a boat where we couldn't not be around each other.
That sounds like an excuse, and more of my point, does that sound fair?
I will do my best.
I don't think...
detected.
What?
Wholesomeness detected. Shall I initiate hug protocol?
You're just gonna hear, no, don't control my body.
What?
Oh, did I say that
You
out
know
loud
what?
too?
So if you said it aloud, she's only hearing what you say. She's not hearing Perdix.
Yeah, I know.
So her wait, what is to you?
Yeah, I know. Which is why he's just like, that's why he asked, did I say that out loud?
Yes, you did. Are you
gonna put that-
talking to? Okay, you know what? All right.
You know what, Iapetus? I'm just gonna say that this is a perfect time to leave this for now. We'll have questions another time.
At this point, you all would kind of just like you're nodding in agreement, and then the boat begins to shake violently.
Oh
A
no.
bell begins to ring out and goes, "Storm's approaching! Get ready for a rough season!" Oh my god! The hell is that? And then the bell rings harder. "Crew to battle stations!"
Oh no.
Daedalus and Endare, you both are outside.
Mm-hmm.
Allow me to switch over to the music we will be playing for next. You all will see the seas get rough. Storm clouds are currently overhead. And this is what you will be looking at. Allow me to edit this.
Ah!
Oh, fuck off!
At least it's not an actual D&D Kraken. That thing we might be
It
able
is
to
not.
survive.
It is not. I'm just using a giant octopus.
I'm having flashbacks to the last time I had to fight a fucking kraken.
Ultimate
You're not
stuntman
fighting a
prepared me
kraken.
for this.
You're not even high enough level to handle that shit.
No, I know, but I remember. I remember.
So yeah.
I also love that somehow Kraken's scarier to players than aboleths. The thing that's meant to be terrifying.
If I may, though,
Yes.
there is one other sound I'd like to play. And everyone will be able to hear it. Shall I?
Go ahead.
Dragon!
The fucking thing she saw.
Okay, Godzilla.
Don't play anymore, because Toei will copyright strike us for a Screonk.
Man, good thing I had coffee, like, on the way up those stairs. Ooh, buddy.
And that is where we will end the session for today.
Yay!
Good shit, guys.
I promised you all that there would be some encounters you will deal with. This is probably one of, if not the only, naval encounters you will deal with.
Huzzah!
What's that? All my transmute spells are going to be lightning based? Okay.
Right.
So yeah. There you go. Hope y'all enjoy. Somebody cover for me because I'm going to be heading to bed.
Yes.
All right, I'll hit you up.
All
All right.
CG, take over.
Hello, I am the CG. You can find me nowhere because I don't much care for social media, but you can find me and JFrost over on twitch.tv/fartingtart, where we are part of 2 D&D games over there. The first is Rascals and Raccoon. You can visit us there next Tuesday, along with the wonderful Wiley, where we solve a murder, or attempt to. We might suck at it, who knows. You can also find us on Sundays for our War of the Shattered Sun game, wherein we're dealing with a raid on the Rebel compound. We are the Rebels. It's not a good time. But I'll pass it on over to... Oh, I think I got out.
Yeah, you
Chris.
cut out literally right as you went,
Hello! You can also find me basically nowhere except here, and also as the disembodied voice in J. Frost streams when he does decide to stream. Yeah, that's basically it. I don't do much of anything except shit post on Twitter nowadays. Because I have an actual, you can hear my cat in the background. I have an actual job now. I train dogs. It's a lot of fun, actually. But yeah, Bobbert, you.
Greetings and salutations. I am Shadow Dancer Bob. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube at Shadow Dancer Bob. I've got a lot of D&D. So much D&D throughout the week. You should potentially come in and watch some of that D&D or Sea of Thieves. Willie.
You can find me at XWillyWilly on Twitch and Twitter. I play randomizers. I also make music on YouTube. I have a Ko-Fi. I can be found on other channels and here and on Helix Access channels. Where can we find you?
Hoi! You can find me here and on Instagram at ZymeSite, and you can find me on Blue Sky since I no longer have a Twitter. At Zyme. Streams will get back to normal as soon as I get back from miniature vacay. At the end of this coming week on Friday, where we will do more Street Fighter 6 ranked streams, because I swear I'm trying to get Chun to bronze, and I'm doing a very poor job of it. But I do my best. And then hopefully you'll also be able to catch me on Mondays, playing some Resident Evil with Vaughn, and then every other Saturday here with these awesome folks. That's me.
All right, and since J Frost is going the fuck to sleep, hi everybody. You've already found me here at twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn. You can find me on YouTube, Twitter, Patreon, and Blue Sky at Burnout Vaughn, where yes, very soon I hope to have my first reward tiers up on Patreon, so keep an eye out for that as well. Again, like as I said, not this week, but the following week, we will have some more Wizard Sibs plays, where now we no longer have to dance around possible tension while we play those, and we can just go back to us shitposting as our characters. So I look forward to that. Besides that, we have Districtly Professional, our Ravnica game, where, we're in the middle of the Is It. And yes, we've already been set on fire. This is on brand for the Is It. So it'll be interesting to find out if one of the two people that we've met since coming here are actually, evil. We shared drinks with one of them. They were a nice wine aunt. They might have robbed me. But aside from that, yes, next week, instead of Saved by the Spell, we will have No Love War Extra with Zako Duo, where we're going to see how many more people get cut in half in AI, the Somnium Files, and the Nirvana Initiative. I'm guessing at least one. I think we've literally averaged one bisection per every time we played that game, which is alarming. That is a lot. But with that said, let me see who is all online for us to radles. Oh, I see. We never actually get a chance to. We're going to raid our cult. So what should our raid message be? As I try to get this ready here.
Better get a Kraken.
What's crack-a-lackin'?
Sure,
I like that.
All right, everybody. So the raid message is going to be, what's crack-a-lackin'? We thank you all for coming out. We look forward to seeing you again in 2 weeks, where we are going to have possibly our second biggest fight, because it's going to be hard to top Gru. He was very scary as a dragon. But thank you. We love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Adios, amigo.